his chest a portal leads, dreams and stars of a child. Golden heart of fearless guide, through the fog he cuts so bold. Sea and sky this pirate rides, with a heart spun out of gold.
Whispers crawl in the blackened dome, eyes like fire in the endless foam. Cold hands pull at the tethered cord, demons scream and can't be ignored. Stars burn dim in the endless void, every light flickers, gets destroyed. Gravity's grip, it starts to betray, all that's left is fight or decay. Demons in the void, they rise, open your mind, don't deny. Only chance is to unite, together we hold back the night. Sharp teeth gnash in a shadowed grin, feel the war rage beneath your skin. Voices clash in the cold steel hull, we can't win, torn hearts too dull. Hear them calling, tearing through, it's me, it's you, it's all we knew. Walls are breaking, borders fade, we unite our one Lines blur, we merge, can't fight alone. Space is a tomb if we stand on our own. Let go of fear, pull them near, hear the tone. A collective roar shakes the unknown. Sharp teeth gnash in a shadowed grin. Feel the war rage beneath your skin. Voices clash in the cold steel hull. We can't win, torn hearts to dull. Hear them calling, tearing through, it's me, it's you, it's all we knew. Walls are breaking, borders fade, we unite or we're unmade. Yeah, well, we're unmade. Lines blur, we merge, can't fight alone. Space is a tomb if we stand on our own. Let go of fear, pull them near, hear the tone. A collective roar shakes the unknown.
Black void, not explode. Warriors fight, blood will flow. Cosmic rage, steel will flash. Streets to your soul. Heroes bash, winged beasts. Fire raids, serpents in space. Feel the pain, lasers blaze. Scales are torn, wrecked and crew. Battles sworn. Galactic storm. Slayers rise through the void. Killer flight. Killer cries. Dragons flow. Might displayed. Heroes born. Legends made. Stardust trails. Endless night. Weapons clean. Ready to fight. Beasts roar. Echoes loud. Victory near. Crew is proud. Heroes mass. Winged beasts. Fire rains. Serpent to space. Feel the pain. Serpent to space. Heroes bow. Heroes bow. Unleash fury, metal will. Galaxy, they bend to will. Master back, dolphin bite. Dragons crush, endless fight. Ash and bone, dragons weep. Space coldness, depths so deep. Warriors dead, never cease. Galactic beast, by force released. By force released. Stardust trails, endless night. Weapons clean, ready to fight. Beasts roar, echoes loud. Victory near, crew is proud. Unleash fury, metal will. Galaxy, they bend to will. Master back, conflict might. Dragons crush, endless fight. Ash and bone, triggers loud. Victory near, crew is proud. Unleash fury, metal will. Galaxy, metal will. Galaxy, that's so deep. World's bound, always proud. Lost road. Down will, down will. Galaxy. Explode. sing of lands unknown, with ale in hand and tales to tell where legends make their home. The bonfires, courts of dragons, fierce and heroes gone to dust. For here within these hallowed walls we gather tales we trust. Of mountains high and valleys deep, where danger always lurks. Of mystic streams and hidden beasts and wizards with their quirks. We raise our glass to those who dare and forge their own wild fate. To every soul who lifts a sword and never hesitates. I'll sing the song of wanderers brave with all the tales untold. Of mystic streams and hidden beasts and wizards with their quirks. We raise our glass to those who dare and forge their own wild fate. To every soul who lifts a sword and never hesitates. I'll sing the song of wanderers brave with all their tales untold. Of victories and perils faced and treasures gleaming gold. We toast to every valiant heart with stories yet to weave. Come join the fight, the endless night for legends we believe. A tapestry of moonlit nights where shadows take their form, with silver blades and
Greetings and salutations, my friends. Welcome to another glorious day here at the Tango Hotel. Yes, indubitably, my friends, we have returned with more of this absolute fucking nonsense. Yes, indeed, sir. So, Longwood, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Joker! Who else we got? Someone else in there. KO, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Good to see you, boys. Now, my dudes, my bros, my homies, it is time once again for us to come together. The most glorious of things, invented by the Emperor, the God Emperor himself, so long ago before human civilization even existed. It's called the simultaneous sip, and all you gotta do is grab that cup or mug or glass, perhaps you have a take of chalice or a stein. Maybe you got a canteen, jug, or flask, a vessel of any kind. Hang on one second. I don't break that thing. A vessel of any kind. You fill it with your favorite fluid. That's right, it's the morning coffee. Deliciously, magnificently Tango made. It's very lonely at 2 o'clock in the morning, I'll tell you that right now. And join me now, friends, for the gloriousness, the stupendosity, the absolute awesome sauceness that is the simultaneous sip. It's happening right freaking now. Go! There it is, baby. One more for the road. Delicious. Delicious. Thanks, Longwood. I appreciate that. I need to find a way to make my Caster Labs ignore Moobot and ignore the commands. I haven't figured out a way to do it. It's probably because I haven't looked into it, but there might be something else. Anyway, my dudes, my bros, let us jump right in. I got a bunch of stuff. And one of the first things I want to talk about is Twitch, specifically, because it has become an absolute shit show when it comes to the stupidity that they allow on Twitch. Now, I don't know if you know this, but there is a man whose name is Hassan Piker, and he goes by the tag Hassan Abi on Twitch. And this is an individual who has time and time again reaffirmed his support for organizations that the United States government has designated terrorist organizations. And it is against the TOS of Twitch to allow for any kind of support, material or otherwise, of a terrorist organization. So saying, I support a terrorist organization, or I support this organization that is declared an official terrorist group by the United States government, means you should be banned from Twitch. And yet, he is able to do so. And it is not great. It's not great. It makes the whole platform look bad. And the worst part about it is, we're going to get into this as well, is how it definitely looks like Twitch is protecting him and shielding this individual and the bubble that exists around him. And I wonder if it is, I do wonder a couple of things about it, because the people that work at Twitch should understand that Amazon is not going to be okay with having people on their platform that say, I support Houthi terrorists who torture women and murder children. Right? That's just not going to be a thing that that they're going to be cool with. And they're going to bring a hammer down upon Twitch. Maybe they don't care. Maybe they're ideologically motivated, and so they're aligned with Hassan Piker, so that they can, you know, spread the message of Houthi terrorism and their support for it. But they got to know that if they continue down this path, Amazon's going to hammer fuck them. And so I do wonder what the motivation is for Twitch to be doing what appears to be a severe double standard when it comes to their moderation. Like they did with Doc until he wasn't profitable anymore. Yeah. Something like that. I mean, maybe it is money, but I mean, Hassan is only one person out of, you know, hundreds who has like super amounts of viewership, right? Asmongold is another one. And there are plenty of other streamers who don't go anywhere near politics that are huge gamers or just chatting or any of that stuff, right? By the way, are we on just chatting? Need to make sure. I think we are. We are. Okay, good. That's odd. I'll be right back. My monitor's fucked up again. Stand by. Every fucking... Maybe it's the adapter's getting too hot. It is quite warm when I take it out. I don't know what the hell is going on with that. Hey, Doc with a fiery passion with Asmongold, and they should have taken action more quickly with their lawyers. Must think they're safe. Same with Asmongold. Huh. Okay. Well, Doc actually had like he actually did some like really bad things that would border on illegal. Let's just put it that way. And again. Well, I guess I'm just not going to have a third monitor this fucking stream. So I guess we're just going to fucking suck it the fuck up. Problem is, where is OBS? Okay, OBS is here. Here. Fucking mess, dude. Sorry about this, boys. Just take one. All I wanted to do was reload my music. That's all I wanted to do. Anyway. Okay, yeah, but so Asmongold, or Doc did some really, really bad shit. I don't know what they can do about Asmongold. I mean, it's not like he's really done anything illegal. Or that overly violates TOS, you know what I'm saying? But this right here is a blatant TOS violation. It's not like it's on the, you know, it's on the side, or, you know, it's not like the girl who fucking called for, you know, she hoped all the veterans had PTSD or some shit like that. Some dumb shit like that. Is more annoying and drama filled, and I hate drama streamers who literally sycophant on their rear ends. Okay. Fair enough. But being a drama farmer does not break the TOS. And that's really what this is about. Is that it's not like it's, oh, he's saying bad gamer words, you know, like when he used the word cracker. And people got banned for calling people cracker on Twitch. It was an interesting, and that was definitely an interesting story. This is something completely different, right? This is like, you know for a fact that if someone were openly supporting a neo-Nazi terrorist group, they would instantly get banned. We all know this. We all know this. So is it the Israel-Palestine conflict that's causing them to be ideologically aligned with this? And the reason they're not doing anything is because Hassan is one of the biggest critics of Israel and one of the main Israel is doing a genocide talkers. Is that what it is? And they're aligned with him on that? Or is it possibly they're all fucking communist fucksticks? I don't fucking know. Anyway, the reason I bring Tectone up here is because he's actually considering moving to YouTube from Twitch exclusively because of this exact thing. Now, maybe it's a virtue signal. I don't fucking know. But the point is like, he's a fairly big streamer. So glad they were even Indian. Technically a slur. Yes. And that's the thing, is that they were even-handed. And I think the reason they had to be is because there is this huge double standard where, you know, black people can come on Twitch and drop the N-bomb all day, every other word. Perfectly acceptable. But if you call one of them that, you're done. And it's like, we understand that there's more historical significance and all of this bullshit history with this. Everybody knows that. But if somebody comes on here and starts using racial slurs against me because my ancestors are Irish or British or because I'm white, why would that be allowed, but not the other way around? Is it because of the historical baggage? Because that's not what we call, most people don't see that as fair, right? Because that's easily abusable, is it not? Because imagine that, because that way you would literally be able to be a black person and just be racist to every single white person, call them every single slur, and there's nothing they would do about it because of the literal historical difference between the two words. That would be an unattainable. That would be absolutely. I don't even know. I don't actually know what would happen if that had if they had went that route. If that's the universe we lived in, I'm not sure how crazy it would get, because you got to think about it, dude. I've seen real racists who are black. I know what they think, and it is some like flat Earth level freaking wicked. You know, like white people were a genetically engineered race to serve black people. That kind of shit. It's created by some like fucking mad scientist who was a black person. It's absolutely insane, the stuff that they believe. Have they seen it posted on YouTube? I mean, YouTube is even more agnostic than Twitch. Yes. But that's the thing, is and for fair enough for that, but it's probably because is not exposed to it through his bubble, right? That's probably what it has to do as far as Tectone goes. And the entire reason, like I said, I brought this up is because that it? No, that's the medical thing. Was it on the same one? Did I keep it on the same one? No. There was a post where they were showing that you couldn't where is it? This right here. Oh no, that's not it. That's them memeing it. Where you couldn't even. There it is. So I'm getting word that that it is not possible to report Hassan Abi on Twitch, and you will receive an internal error. I heard this as well before I saw this, and this is what triggered me to want to actually talk about this, is because I don't know why Twitch would go to bat for this guy. It's not like they make that much money from him when you look at the entirety of Twitch and all the things that it does, right? So it can't be money based, because that just doesn't really make sense in the grand scheme of things. Because what would happen to Hassan's audience? Well, the vast majority of his audience would migrate to somebody else. That's exactly what would happen. They're not going to just leave Twitch, right? That's not going to happen. Not for the vast majority of his audience, anyway. Because there are a lot of people who literally do hate watch Hassan. Like, how many streamers watch Hassan live just to farm fucking shit off of him? And so I do wonder if it's more because, like I said, are they commie fucksticks? Is that what it is? Is that the ideological alignment? Or is it the Israel-Palestine conflict? And I would imagine that it probably has more to do with that the reason they're aligned with him in general is the progressive nonsense. But I think the reason they're protecting him so much is because of or are perceived to be protecting him so much is because of the Israel-Palestine conflict. It has lit a fire under people's asses wanting to do anything and everything to elicit change, and so much so that they are actively and openly supporting terrorist organizations. Because let's be real, just because the Houthis are resisting Israel does not make them good people at all, any more than the fact that Russia helped us conquer Germany in World War II does not make the Soviet Union a good place or run by good people or a place of freedom and democracy and all that good shit, right? So, like, this is the thing I think people need to reorient themselves on that really is starting to bother me, is that you can align with people who are distasteful when it is convenient, especially in a fight. That's fine. But you need to never make the mistake of thinking that they're good guys, that they got your back, or that they won't shoot you in the face the moment the fight's over. So, the Houthis are well, we don't really need to get into that. I was like, we could go over the list of all the things the Houthis done. The enemy of my enemy is my enemy's enemy, no more, no less. Yes, that's the thing. The reason you say friend is because it's supposed to be a fucking joke, right? You're not supposed to be friends. Because like, people, they do this, they take it way too seriously, and it's one of these things where you come up with a thing and you're like, no one could ever be so stupid as to misinterpret this, and your lack of imagination of how stupid people can get is why we get into situations like this, right? Or the lack of imagination, not your. But I was talking about the person that came up with that saying. It's, you know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. We're gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I don't even know how to spell their fucking name. Houthis have done to earn the of terrorists. Houthis. Okay, thank you. So I did spell it correctly. Excellent. Attacks on commercial shipping, missile and drone attacks on Israel and regional states, human rights abuses targeting civilians, widely condemned for human rights abuses during the Yemen civil war, including targeting civilians using child soldiers. Oh, okay. Well, that's lovely. Isn't that great? You go up to the battle lines and you're standing next to a 9-year-old. That's gotta be eye-opening. Anyway. They kidnapped and tortured civilians, including U.S. citizens and allies, and obstructed humanitarian aid, exacerbating humanitarian crisis in Yemen. Killed former Yemeni presidents after a fallout with armed assault on his residence. Well, weapons smuggling and Iranian support. Houthis have smuggled Iranian-provided weapons, missiles, drones, anti-tank guided missiles into Yemen with and use their advanced weaponry, such as the anti-tank missile, has been linked to the Iran's Islamic Revolutionary, enhancing their capability to conduct sophisticated attacks. Okay, that's kind of whatever. AK-47 doesn't mean it takes 4- and 7-year-olds to fire. Oh my god. Yeah. When the kids fire an AK-47, they have to do it as a machine gun team. So fucking bad. Why am I laughing? Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible. I told you. I've been saying it. I've been saying it now for how long? I am a degenerate. Do not. I find some of the most fucked up shit funny. Let's just move on. Houthis have facilitated the recruitment of Yemeni civilians to fight in Russia's war in Ukraine. Oh, that's lovely. Often under false pretenses of construction jobs, generating revenue. Aha. This has been described as human trafficking. So they're recruiting civilians to fight in Russia's war in Ukraine under false pretenses. Okay, maybe. I have not heard that before. Is that who's saying that? The Atlantic Council, Russia's Yemeni strategy. Smuggling. So HomeTreasury.gov. So the United States government and the Atlantic are aligned on this, it seems. Fair enough. Anti-American, that's not terroristic. I don't give a fuck about that. Anti-Semitic rhetoric, I don't really give a fuck about that either. Like, you can be anti-Semites and not be terrorists. Like, words have meanings, bro. Death to America, death to Israel, death to Jews. Okay, that's still pretty bad. Reflects their, anti-Semitic ideology, which drives them to violent action. This is the part where it comes to see. There are people who have these beliefs who are not driven to violent action. Although, I will say that the slogan itself is a call to action, so fair enough. I know I'm fucking doing semantics here, but that's the way my brain works. Fuck off. They have directly targeted U.S. naval vessels, noting 147 attacks on U.S. Navy over 18 months. Like, this alone should warrant a complete and utter obliteration of their military. If you're going to use your military to harass us, we should just absolutely just destroy everything you have. And then blockade your country so you can't get any more. See how much you like it. Destabilizing Yemeni's the Houthis have seized control of Yemen's capital, ousting the internationally recognized government and dissolving parliament in 2015. Oh, lovely, lovely. So they're part of the mud democracy crowd. Got it. My God. I just like immediately thought of maybe they could give the Germany's interior ministry a call. See how it's done. That way you could legitimately dissolve parliament and you could say this is democracy and actually people might believe you. Oh, I'm so bad. Anyway, they've been linked to attacks on civilian infrastructure. Also, they did bomb a civilian airport today in Israel, I believe. They conducted suicide bombings, such as the 2015 attack on Al Badar and Okay, so they suicide bombed mosques, which killed worshippers, though it was attributed to the Islamic State. Okay. So that's a Wikipedia, so we can pretty much say that maybe, but that's a bit much. Were first designated as a terrorist organization in 2021 of the Trump administration, citing their attacks and Iranian ties. This was reversed by the Biden administration due to humanitarian concerns, but reinstated as specially designated global terrorists group in February 2024 as an FTO in March 2025. Reflected ongoing attacks. Lovely. Just lovely. So they were undesignated due to humanitarian concerns, and then 3 years later, redesignated in February. Interesting timing. February 2024. It's almost like they were, but so February of 2021, so that would have been what? In his first 100 days? So when Biden ran on being anti-Trump, being like, I'm going to undo everything he's done, is this what he meant? Undesignating the Houthis as a terrorist, only to redesignate them again later? Is that for real? State Department, AJC. Huh. Some perspectives, particularly from the Yemenis and regional analysts, argue that the label oversimplifies the conflict and may weaken the group militarily, as their assets are primarily within Yemen. The Houthis claim their Red Sea attacks are in solidarity with Palestine. Look, I'm just going to tell you this: if you're taking hostages and seizing ships simply because a single Israeli owns part of a company that owns the ship, you're a fucking retard. And you're a terrorist. Go fuck yourself. Like, if they were seizing Israeli shipping itself, then I would be like, all right, more like they're trying to prevent Israel from doing the things that they're doing. Is it a terrorist act? Not necessarily, because it would be more of like an act of war to a state. So that's not terrorism in and of itself. Even though you are trying to have a political aim, it's what states do. You know what I'm saying? And especially, you know, like holding the people hostage and shit like that. What was it? It was like didn't they hold like they seized that ship, and it was a bunch of Filipinos that were working on it, and they held them hostage. I'm pretty sure that's what was going on for over a year. And so I don't know why. I still don't know why. And like I said, I'm hovering more toward the Israeli-Palestine conflict as to why Twitch is doing this. Right? Because like I said, I can't really see any other reason outside of just they're ideologically aligned. I mean, could it be a parasocial, sycophantic relationship between the guy running Twitch and Hassan Abi? Or Hassan Piker? That sounds a bit tenuous. Especially for someone who's actually running a company. Regardless of how much of a hippie gooner he looks like. I don't know. And I do wonder if how aware Amazon is of everything that's going on Twitch. Because, like, you got to remember, dude, this is just a small circle. You know, we think it's blowing up, but, like, nobody outside of, you know, internet gaming and internet politics really knows about this shit. It's barely to the point where Hassan and Asmongold are reaching actual normies who don't watch Twitch or any of that other stuff, right? It's slowly propagating out, which is kind of funny. And one of the main reasons why, like, I don't align with you about Asmongold is because of how much he pushes back against the fucking stupid ass woke shit that's in video games and the companies. Now, he does say a lot of dumb shit about a lot of fucking things. But when you need a dog to fight, you don't want someone who's gonna bend or fold. You don't want someone who is gonna fall over. Doesn't matter how uncouth he is. He is fairly effective. So I'll give him that. I'll absolutely give him that. And the thing about it is that, I mean, some people are just how should I say this? I can be, because of the way my sense of humor works and how I think of the world and how my brain works, there are a lot of things that I find funny, hilarious, or entertaining simply because of either how wrong they are or how stupid they are. Watching Kanye West make an album where he says N-word Heil Hitler is possibly the fucking stupidest thing I've ever fucking seen in my life. And I cannot stop watching it. I don't give a fuck about him, like, being bipolar or any of that shit. This, like, whole, like, Nazi shit has just blown me the fuck away. Like, I thought ICP was, like, pinnacle, you know, stupid, retarded rap. I did not know that the musical genius of Kanye West would be added to this category. I still, on occasion, listen to ICP because a lot of their songs are just ridiculously stupid and over the top, and I find it entertaining. It's as simple as that. Like, I have books of art that are actual deviant art, and it's not just, it's like sexual in nature. It's not that. It's like, you know, demonic or extra worldly, all that type of stuff. Like, I like freaky ass shit. I've always been this way. And so when people are uncouth and all this other stuff, that shit doesn't bother me. Because the thing about it is like, what are they doing and what are they saying? That's as simply what it doesn't matter how it's presented to me. Not really. Not most of the time. Because like think about it like this. I watched a clip earlier today where the AFD, the whole AFD thing in Germany, where the a person in the government talking about how they want to make the party smaller and they want to eventually move forward to proceedings to ban it because they're an unconstitutional party. And it's just like, I am really fucking glad that she didn't just try to like gaslight every motherfucker in the world by saying, oh yeah, this is how democracy works. We ban parties. That's how democracy works. No. She said it straight. Exactly how you should. They are a danger to our Constitution and we are going to remove them. That's not democracy. That's authoritarian measures due to a significant political threat. So I don't want to fucking hear it. And I actually appreciated that, and it made me laugh so hard because she's just straight up, and it's like, that's how you got to be. Don't tell me it's rain. Don't piss on my face and tell me it's raining, right? All right, so I think we're gonna move on after I've made like 5 fucking tangents on this. I wish I could show you the book that I was talking about. I got one specifically. It was drawn by this artist from Guatemala, and I can't show it to you because it would get me banned. It is some crazy sick shit. Let's just put it that way. This I also wanted to talk about. So so basically this woman in Washington State went to the doctor with her daughter to take her 14-year-old daughter, to see a doctor. And as you can read from the title, medically independent from their parents. This is the type of shit that really scares me. And I'm about to show you something else here in just a second.
I need to rant about something, and it might ruffle some feathers. If you live in
Turn her up.
Washington State, this is a PSA for you. I took my daughter to her well child checkup. She's 14 years old. The doctor kicked me out of the room. And at first I'm like, okay, maybe they'll talk to her about some things that might be uncomfortable to say in front of mom. Like, I can respect that. The only thing the doctor said is there anything you need to tell me? Is there anything that you want to say? Like, kind of pressuring her to say something. My daughter proceeded to be like, no, I don't need to say anything to you. Bring my mom back into the room, please. Stay with me for a minute because I know there is a time and place for that. For some kids, they do need to speak without parents in the room, and I respect that. That's not why I'm mad. Did you know that now that she is 14, I no longer have access to her medical records and her documents? They removed her from my chart. Let that sink in for a second. She's 14. She's not 18. She is a minor. She can make a doctor's appointment, request medication, schedule procedures without my consent, without my knowledge. They will not notify me as the parent. This is where it gets tricky. It's my insurance. It's my money paying for her visit, my money paying for her prescriptions, and my car that drives her there. She is a child. I wasn't even allowed to have access to the forms discussing the visit that she had, the one that I was in the room for. And then when she mentioned that she wanted something to help regulate her acne, they tried to push her to start birth control. I was like, absolutely not. All we need is like a topical or maybe an oral pill to help clear up her face. The doctor then turned to my daughter and said, you can do your research. You have that choice. You can make an appointment to come see me behind your mom's back, and I will get that birth control for you.
Let's bind that back a little bit.
Again for a second. She's 14. She's not 18. She is a minor. And her documents. They removed her from my chart.
So my chart is basically an online medical chart thing. So they removed her they removed her daughter's medical charts and records from her mother's ability to look at them. I know that we're afraid, like we got to think of the children. I understand this. And that many parents are abusive in this way, where they will use either the medical conditions that their children have or prevent them from getting birth control if they want to have sex. Sure.
Let that sink in for a second.
But how are you supposed to be a good parent and a good guardian of your child if you do not have access to their medical records and charts so that you can do the right things for them medically? Do you understand what I'm getting at? Like, my children have medical conditions, and they require us to do very specific things to help them with their medical conditions. And so the vast majority of kids are probably just going to be, you know, regular and healthy. That's not really what we're talking about here. We're talking about if you take that away from the parent, then they are no longer able to accurately and adequately care for their children medically in the ways that they need to. It's mind-boggling that we would just blanketly do this. Because, like, here's the thing. If you are going to take away, if a parent is not fit enough to have access to their children's medical records, they're not fit enough to be a fucking parent. And the state needs to take away their children. It's as simple as that. If you're not responsible enough to care for your children in that way, then your children need to be taken away. You're not a fit parent. You shouldn't have children. The fact that this is a blanket thing that they just do is kind of insane. Now, I can understand the whole, you know, because the whole fear is like, oh, ultra-Christian parents will prevent their kids from getting birth control, and then they'll end up getting pregnant because they'll have sex anyway. And it's like, yeah, I understand the concern with that. But you're also talking, like, birth control is not just this thing that exists that doesn't have fucking side effects. Right? And and I'm going to tell you the truth. I've had doctors almost kill several of my family members for giving them the wrong goddamn medications or too much of the medications because they weren't properly tracking their charts and their and the medicines that they needed. My grandmother's a very specific example where she received 3 times the dosage of a medication she was supposed to get, a near lethal dose, and it almost killed her. It almost killed her, and the hospital didn't do shit. And the only reason that I didn't raise fucking Cain is because I didn't find out until about 3 weeks later. They almost killed her. They almost killed her. And this is a hospital where they literally have access to your charts all the time. All day, every day. Right? They can look at it. Bam. These are the professionals. And this has happened to members of my family more time, like many, many times. So you got to imagine, extrapolating from that it probably happens quite often that they get it wrong and that they need to be double checked. This is human error type deal. And so these are the professionals that do this. Now imagine you're not a professional and you've got 50 other million things that you got to think about, including your child's medical fucking bullshit. And now you don't have access. Now you can't do it. And the doctor is going to give your child birth control, which they may not have properly verified that they're not going to have some type of allergic reaction to, or some type of medical reaction or chemical or some other type of bullshit that they should be looking out for. Now, do they do, oh, you have these medications and these interactions? Sure. That happens to me a lot with my VA stuff, but that doesn't mean they don't make mistakes. And if you take the parent out of that chain, you have one less person who's providing backup, because who cares more about the child, the doctor or the parent? If anybody ever says the doctor, you should never associate with them again. Ever. The parent cares more than the doctor because it's their child. Unless they're like a fucking psychopath. That's the default. So we're talking like 95+% of all parents care more than the doctor. So they are going to be more apt to verify that these medications aren't going to adversely affect their children. I know that me and my wife pore over extensively over the medications that we have to give our children because we don't want to give them the wrong things that will either hurt them or permanently disable them. And it can happen. Some of the medications that my kids are on are relatively dangerous if you give them in the wrong dosages, just like many medications. And so if you want to give this child birth control and you didn't properly look for drug interactions or allergies or things like this, or you give them the wrong dosages for like their body size or whatever, then you could potentially end up hurting this person who is a minor who cannot make these decisions and should not be able to make these decisions. And you excluded the parent, who is the bulwark against the stupidity of bureaucracies and states. Just like the bureaucracy in the state is the bulwark against the stupidity and psychopathy of the parents, right? This is why we take children away from bad parents, right? So it goes both ways. And to completely remove her from that, and especially kick her out of the room. I mean, don't get me wrong, like I understand it from on a level where there are some parents who are abusive and this needs to happen, sure. But if there's no evidence of that, why would you preemptively assume that all these children are being abused? Because that's what the state is doing. They're preemptively assuming all the children are being abused by their parents and medically abused. And so we need to step in and separate the parents from the medical necessities of their children. That is what the state just did.
Discussing the visit that she had, the one that I was in the room for. It's like, absolutely not. All we need, church, you have that choice. You can make an appointment to come to my daughter and said you, or maybe an
Okay, this was done directly in front of the mother.
oral pill to help clear up her face. The doctor then turned to my daughter and said, you can do your
Oh, of course.
research.
Of course.
You have that choice. You can make an appointment to come see me behind your mom's back, and I will get that birth control for you. And my daughter's like, okay, thank you, but I don't want that. I don't understand why they couldn't just say.
So, in this story, the doctor, when the mother says, no, we don't want birth control for that, the doctor turns to the fucking daughter and says that. And it's like, sure, but why are you specifically pushing birth control for acne? Is that where we should go? Is to take hormonal birth control is the first fucking thing we do when we know it has like actual side effects that affect quite a few women that take it. You get what I'm saying? Like, it seems really odd that they would push birth control for this and then turn around and do that. Like, just all of this just seems so sus as fuck. Like, if this happened to me, I would probably just pick up my child and leave. And just be like, fucking bill me, dude. Just get the fuck out of here. I'm gonna go somewhere else. Because, like, I would not tolerate a doctor treating me this way so disrespectfully. Because, see, what, in my opinion, it should have been like this. The doctor should have been addressing both of the mother and the daughter and been like, look, in Washington state, children have the ability to make their own medical decisions, and you include the parent in this so that you make it clear that the parent has power in this situation, but you make them understand that there are systems in place to assure that your child aren't being abused medically. It's not hard. But to do this directly to her face in this way, completely undermining her authority directly in front of her 14-year-old daughter, like imagine you actually did have a more dysfunctional family, right? Where the mother wasn't as good as she could be, and the daughter was also a fucking shit stain as well. Like, we all know kids can be just as mean as anybody else. Imagine how they could use this to fuck with their parents. Does nobody even think about the consequences of the things that they're doing? Though I would say it would probably be way more rare for children to abuse their parents than vice versa. But I do know it happens. And let's be real, it's usually because the people who are being abused are shit parents or whatever.
Say, okay, you have a skin issue. Let me get you a prescription for like a topical cream that can help clear it up, like a
Yeah, that's what I don't understand. You say it's actually the standard treatment. Why the fuck is hormonal birth control standard treatment for fucking acne? That sounds retarded. Why would it not be a topical cream? They didn't give me birth control when I had acne. They gave me a topical cream. Because boys get acne too. And it's not because I have a vagina and a uterus and a period. And they didn't offer me any hormonal pills. No. I don't understand why. I mean, because here's the thing. It's entirely possible that I'm just being ignorant. And it's valid for this to be a standard treatment. And I'm just not understanding why. But I do know that there are... a lot of the thing is that drugs are safe. But safe has quotation marks. Right? The reason safe has quotation marks is because it's generally safe for the general population. which means that the vast majority of people will have no drug interactions at all, meaning it will work just fine. A small portion will have minor drug interactions where it'll cause some type of, adverse symptom, or you get a headache or a rash or some dumb shit like that. Nothing, but no big deal, goes away, it's fine. And then there is an even smaller portion of the population that could potentially fucking die, right? Not just die, but suffer and die, and have extreme medical conditions that last for years before they suffer and die, while suffering, and then they die. It's entirely possible that these things happen. And so all medical procedures, or all the medicine we have is tested the way it is because of these reasons. The underlying problems, PCOS and endometriosis. Isn't endometriosis from scar tissue? From like having a C-section and shit? And PCOS is for being, you can, if you're not overweight, you probably don't have PCOS, right? That's what I'm saying. It's just like, okay, but if you're not overweight and you don't have, that's what I'm saying. That doesn't make it doesn't make much sense to me for a 14-year-old, because everything I know about the things that you just described, unless they're an extremely overweight and have already had a fucking baby, that wouldn't, or have had major surgery in that area, that wouldn't matter, would it? What? Of course, I don't have the thing. Endometriosis. Disease in which tissue similar to the lining of the uterus grows outside the uterus. It can cause severe pain in the pelvis and make it harder to get pregnant. Endometriosis can start at a person's first menstrual period. Oh, okay, so you can have it without all. Okay. It was a misunderstanding because my wife has it, and it was a lot of her stuff it's on the scars that she has from her C-sections. So that's why. Yeah. So it's me being ignorant. What it is. The cause of endometriosis is unknown. There's no known way to prevent it. There's no known cure, but its symptoms can be treated with medicine, some cases surgery. It causes chronic inflammatory reaction that may result in the formation of scar tissue. That's where I got my fucking wires mixed. Several lesion types can be... Okay, yeah, okay. So there we go. So, there you go. Tango being a dumbass. You can, oh yeah. At least as far as I can recall, yeah. Fucking Mayo Clinic for you boys. There you go. So fair enough, but let's say you don't have PCOS and endometriosis, and all you have is acne. Why would that be the standard treatment if there's no other thing, and you're just a healthy, normal 14-year-old girl, right? Because PCOS, I'm pretty sure, is exacerbated and or caused by being extremely overweight. And if you lose weight, it will help with that. That's something my wife suffered from. Hell, like most of the women in my life who I've known who've had this, literally their doctors just tell them to lose weight and that'll fix most of the problem, right? So maybe I'm wrong about that too. But you did the research, is important. Yeah, I might as well do this one too. Because I hate talking about these things and being like, I don't know, when I have the like library of human knowledge directly in front of me. Mayo Clinic, PCOS. Let's go. Polycystic ovarian syndrome is a problem with hormones that happens during the reproductive years. If you have PCOS, you may not have periods very often. They might last many days. A hormone called androgen. You have too much androgen in your body with PCOS. The exact cause is unknown. Treatment. Here we go. Early diagnosis and treatment, along with weight loss, may lower the risk of long-term complications such as type 2 diabetes. Okay, so it's just basically don't be overweight if you have this because it's bad. Got it. Okay, so again, crossed my wires. Not a cause. It's an exacerbating secondary condition. There you go. Some shit like that, right? So yeah. Okay, good. Fucking reading about irregular periods on my stream. You gotta love it. Considering I'm on 22 plus drugs, I have done a lot of research. I like medical research. Fair enough. But yeah, this, like I said, this is really crazy.
Spot treatment. Also, if I don't have access to her records, how am I supposed to pay for her bills? How am I supposed to pay for her copays? How am I supposed to pay for her bill for the visit? Or the prescriptions that she can request?
Oh, I assume they'll still take your money. I assume they'll still charge you. They'll be able to charge you, you know, for stuff your daughter does without your permission. Oh, I'm sure that'll go over very well.
This is a problem. And not every kid has a phone. How are they supposed to schedule? How are they supposed to go on a My Chart and make their appointments? This state is messed up.
Ugh, I hate that. Anyway, especially when the audio is very bad and I gotta turn it all the way up. Yeah, I bet you have done a lot of research. I mean, that's one of those things. It's like, I'm even a relatively healthy individual, and I still look into the medications that my doctors want me to prescribe. Like, I hate taking pills, and unfortunately, I'm now taking more than I ever wanted to because essentially, now that my life is not completely oppressing me and making me utterly depressed, I now actually can see what it's like to function like a normal individual and realize that there's actually something wrong with me and I need help. So that's basically what's been going on. Because I'm just gonna be honest. I treated a lot of the problems I had with drugs, like alcohol, and it was not good for me. And I should not have done it. But I didn't have any other real coping mechanisms, so fucking why not, right? Fucking why not? All right, I'm going to go on a break real quick. I need to go use the restroom. I will be right back after these messages from Burger Street. Stay tuned for more right here at the Tango. Wow.
Away, away. Bravely, he ran away. Oh, please don't miss. Yes. Oh, yeah. Does it hurt, buddy? Does it hurt? Does it hurt? Ah, 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 ah. Ah, 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 ah.
Alrighty, boys, we are back. Yes, indubitably. Okay, so this is great. I absolutely love this. You can read, and they're about to say it. We're here, we're queer, and we're coming for your children. Apparently, we don't care about optics anymore. Now, obviously, it's just a small group of dudes inside of a fucking, I want to say it's a pride parade, but I don't even know what to fucking call this shit anymore, man. And the funny thing is that it's possibly the dumbest thing you could ever do is to say it out loud. And it is the quiet part. Because here's the thing. We all know that progressives, Democrats, blue team, one of their goals is to unindoctrinate people who are basically been indoctrinated into, how should I put this? I don't want to say Christian values. That's not it. Is they want to get rid of the worst parts of religious indoctrination by using what they would call, science, school, and understanding to basically give them all the information, not just the information fed to them by their parents, to indoctrinate them into like crazy religious shit. And so that's the charitable interpretation of what we're coming for your children means. Because we all know that's been a goal for a very long time. Like, that's part of the goal of fucking getting evolution in schools, was to allow children to be able to actually learn things that, science is actually putting out there. I do have my problems with it because they do it in a very shitty way. And one of the funny things is that we've replaced one dogma with another. That's the funny part to me. And I find it ironic and hilarious. And I love blowing it up into fucking people's faces. It's especially in cosmology. We don't need to get into all that shit. I had the most amazing fucking conversation with Grok about this shit. I am not even fucking kidding. What is this? Cat history. Look at this shit. Where is it? Did it not save? Did not. Damn it. All right, anyway. We'll worry about that later. But it was over stuff like the Big Bang Theory and things like that. Just, I wanted to know what Grok would say. And I was blown the fuck away by the things that it showed me. Not that it was anything new. It's just I didn't expect it to be so fucking thorough and accurate is the best way to put it, and diplomatic. That's the most charitable interpretation I can give. It was very diplomatic. But yeah, anyway, so we all know that that's been one of the things, and it's one of the things that I actually agree with about when they say we're coming for your children. The only part about that I even a sliver agree with is that we should have an education system that allows every single child to experience and to know and understand all the basic things about how our world works, right? So if you want to be able to learn about science and math and the cosmos and all that other shit, you absolutely should be able to. And there are parents who do keep that information from their children because they think it's basically like teaching them the Satanic Bible or some dumb shit like that, right? And so I think that part is wrong, and we shouldn't allow that. But the moment you say something like this, at least they're finally being honest about what we've been rightfully accusing these groomers of. Still. So yeah, that's what this is going to be taken as. And they're basically leaning into it. And I don't think it's a very good idea, because the thing about it is that there are Democrats that have kids, dude. There are Republicans, or excuse me, there are Democrats and progressives that have kids that are on your side. But then when they see you do shit like this, it will make them turn against you. It will. People will do amazingly horrible things for their children. And I know because I'm one of them. I absolutely will. And so you have to ask yourself, do you want to win or do you want to virtue signal some more? Because it really feels like one of the reasons that Democrats as a party feel like they're falling apart, even though Trump is doing awful shit. The Democrats feel like they're just in complete disarray about everything. And even their own blue team media is saying these kinds of things, although they're playing it down a lot more. Which is fine. I mean, whatever. And I think one of the reasons why that is because they chose virtue signaling over anything else. It really does feel that way. And that I wonder how the midterms are going to turn out because, you know, Trump was underwater a little while ago and Rasmussen is saying he's climbing back up now. And the other polls are slowly starting to align with Rasmussen. And I have no clue how this is going to play out. Because it is bad that Trump violated a court order. It is bad that he is locking up people without due process in a jail in a foreign country. That is true. But no one I have seen criticizing him for these things has yet to actually answer the question, is it necessary? They can't understand why people are losing when they think people should be following them, and it just makes them hardened emotionally. Yeah. It's because it's the whole fallacy of I'm on the right side of history. I mean, the Roman Empire was on the right side of history, right? For 1,000 fucking years. Does that make them good and noble and all these other things? No. It means they won. That's what being on the right side of history means. It's the same appeal that's like God is with us, right? That is what the appeal of we're on the right side of history is. God is with us. Yep. Same thing the Palestinians say, I'm sure, that God is with us. It's the same thing the Jews said when the Nazis were exterminating them. Didn't save them. And neither will appeals to the right side of history. And I think it's more because it's a thing where you got to think about it like this. Over the years, the political discourse has evolved in such a way that people on blue team on the left forgot what it was to actually defend liberal values. That the fundamentals of free speech, things like the Second Amendment, the Fourth, the Fifth Amendment, they know what they are. But they defend them with virtue signals like we're on the right side of history, rather than being able to articulate why these things are good, why democracy is good. So instead, it's a slogan. It's sloganeering with mud democracy. It's sloganeering is great. Sloganeering and making slogans that stick in people's minds absolutely is a good tactic to use to help rally support, get people into a more community-based or community-oriented frame of mind where you get them to join in on the chants and all these things. These are good things to get people to, in the moment at least, move towards you and act as you do, and have good, funny, good, fluffy, fuzzy, warm feelings about you and your cause at the same time. These are good things. But the problem is that they're like persuasion tricks. They're not actually persuasion in and of itself. Many people will be swayed by that exclusively, sure. But a large portion, a lot of people won't, and empty sloganeering will only get you so far. And the moment that some of these people who are just empty sloganeering actually have to think about the things that they're talking about, then they'll start to backslide because there's no underlying intelligent structure to fall back on once you're past the slogan. So if I find a way to make your slogan sound fucking retarded and stupid directly to your face, a lot of people will just stammer and not be able to do anything more than that. They'll probably get angry, some cognitive dissonance will kick in, and then they'll start screaming Nazi and fucking fascist and all this other shit, right? And the same thing happens to the MAGA crowd and rightoids. It's the exact same fucking thing. The vast majority of them are there. They know their slogans. They know the talking points. And that's convinced them in their head of what they're talking about. But it's rare that they've actually had to interrogate their own beliefs on a structural and a intellectual level that requires you to be able to articulate why and what the principle behind it is and what exclusions it may have, right? Like, I believe in democracy, but that doesn't mean that you have democracy at every level of your entire civilization. We certainly don't have democracy in the fucking Navy, right? It is a literal dictatorial, totalitarian, top-down fucking structure. That is exactly what it's designed to be. And because you need the utmost control of everything that's going on to be able to work effectively as a military. Boom. No democracy in the military. I mean, you get to raise your hand and volunteer for things, but sometimes you're voluntold, and that's just how it has to be. So democracy is good. This is how the communists say, "Oh, I'm more pro-democracy than you because I want democracy in the workplace." And it's like, well, your workplace does have democracy. You can fucking leave. But again, democracy in and of itself at every level of society is not a good thing. That doesn't mean democracy as a whole is bad. I forgot why I was going off on this tangent about democracy. I think it was because of the whole AFD thing where it's like, I like democracy and I like rule of law. And there's a but. There's a but. I do this every fucking stream. I have to because I have to fucking constantly make this goddamn point. I love democracy. I love rule of law. But sometimes it's not enough. It's not enough. Why is it okay for a democracy crowd to ban the AFD if they're right-wing extremists? Well, if they're actually fucking Nazis and they want to like strip citizenship of people in their country who happen to be not German born, i.e., second, third generation foreigner shit, that's unconstitutional, and they have the ability to ban them under the law. Does that make it right? I don't know. Right? But that's not democracy. Right? That's not democracy. That's not what democracy looks like. No, that's an authoritarian measure that you have as a stopgate to prevent an authoritarian regime from coming to power so that they can strip the democratic rights of other people. Right? That's the justification you use. Because that's what it is. That's the justification they are using, excuse me. And they might be right. I don't know. But they are disenfranchising a fucking like quarter of their population who support this party. And so if you're going to take extreme measures, don't tell me it's democracy, because it's not. They can't understand why they keep losing. They think people... Oh, yeah, I already read that. And like I keep making this fucking argument because it's like these things are good, but you need like it's like saying I love the rule of law does not mean I would never break the law. There are exceptions, and the thing about it is your principles define where the exceptions are. Right? Because everybody's going to make the greater good argument. I just fucking made one with Lincoln. Lincoln made the greater good argument when he arrested all those fucking people and put them in jail, suspended habeas corpus, and all the other bullshit that he fucking did. And people still say he wasn't the most tyrannical president. And so you're always going to make that argument. But where is the line? Where do you draw it? How many dead bodies are you willing to pile up for your ideology? So this is one of the main problems I have with all the communist revolution bullshit is that it will literally require millions of people to die for the communist revolution in America to take over. They would have to slaughter millions of people for such a thing to come to pass in the United States of America. An actual communist regime with an actual dictator. It would be a bloodbath. Because I even know Democrats and dyed in the wool blue people who are absolutely 100% anti-communist. Like, they're like, you know, Medicare for all is like a good, I think it might be cool. We need to figure out a way to make it work. Communism? Where's my AK? You know what I mean? It's like, no. Absolutely not. And, you know, it's just, it's because we know. Many of us know. And it's not, we're not going to allow it. And so for them to just openly say this, the vast majority of the population is going to, that does not directly align with the LGBTQ community, is going to be like, oh, so they're saying they want to groom our kids. And that's how it's going to be spun, especially on Red Team. Every fucking rightoid on the planet is going to do exactly what I just said. And that's exactly what they're going to do. This is going to be what's going to come out of this. I'm surprised this hasn't spread like fucking wildfire, and that it only has fucking 13K views. All enemies, foreign and domestic, is taken seriously. Yes, it absolutely is. It absolutely is. Which is why Trump is treading on fucking very, very thin ice. Like, he is fucking pushing it. He is pushing it. And I do believe that there is a contingent of MAGA that will never not support Trump if he tries to be a dictator. There will always be those people. I don't know how much of his base that makes up, but I don't believe it's that big. Right? Because once you're... Yeah, I really don't. I really can't say. I don't know how big it goes, because a lot of the stuff that the blue team makes fun of that I'm exposed to is all the crazy shit that where, you know, they're having some type of like concert where this woman is like drawing a picture of Trump, and it's very, it's idolatry is what it looks like to me. But, you know, and they put a like religious bent to it and all this other stuff, and, you know, oh, they're in a cult, and man, sometimes it fucking looks like it's a cult. It's, what can I say? But it's not like they don't listen to opposing views, and it's not like people don't tell them to listen to opposing views and tell them to do all that stuff, right? So it's not quite there yet. Not like literally. But it fucking, it's yeah, it looks like it. It looks like it from some angles. But I do believe there is, I don't, like I said, it could be 50-50, but I don't think it's that big. I don't think that many people would, if Trump literally tried to install himself as dictator for life, and like dissolve the Supreme Court and all this other stuff that like Jack Posobiec said, you know, fucking ignore the courts, arrest them or shit and shit like that. It's like, no, I think that'd be a bit too far. You're going to need a lot more priming for that. And I don't think Trump has enough time to do all the stupid shit that he wants to do, that he promised, and to lay the groundwork for an actual coup where he takes control of the government as the supreme leader. And I don't believe he's competent enough to do it, just to be quite honest. Nor are the people around him. Excuse me, to do it and be able to and get away with it. Let me put it like that. Without us finding out. Because you see how the media treats them. Like they're the vast majority of the media are adversarial, which I do appreciate. Because the thing about it is that even if it's someone I like in the office, I want the military to be the military. Wow. I want the media to be adversarial. Period. Because the media needs to hold the government to account. I don't like it when the mainstream media fucking throws Joe Biden softballs and sucks his dick off on fucking national TV. And I sure the fuck don't like it when they're holding, you know, MAGA only press conferences and the exact fucking same bullshit happens. And it's even worse. Like, the next step is literally fellatio on fucking national TV, man. Like, that you can only glaze somebody so hard before you are actually pulling their pants down. And I was very disappointed when Tim Pool went to the White House and didn't ask a better question. And I love how we started here, and I'm just fucking flying off into the distance, man. And no, I did not do it. So shut up. Okay, you can hear that. Whoops. I need to quit tapping on the desk. I forgot that it's connected to my microphone. Whoops. But yeah, this is absolutely going to be spun negatively for this community. And it's only going to galvanize the people who are anti-LGBTQ. And the thing about it is like, I technically, because of who and what I am, belong to this community. And I am a degenerate. I am. There's no question. But I'm probably never going to walk around in public looking like any of these fucking fools. Because that's what it looks like, is fools. Fools. You're putting your degeneracy on display for the entire world to see. And there's no problem with you being a degenerate. It shouldn't be illegal. But why on earth would you display it for everyone to see? I'm not ashamed of my degeneracy, but I'm not fucking proud of it either. That would be retarded. Not as retarded as dueling racisms, but fuck. I mean, look at this, dude. Why? Are you so against just the like this is the thing I think happened, is that because the right wing in America for the longest time, red team, pushed politeness and looking nice as part of polite society, that when people rebelled against them, they literally did everything you do, I'm going to do the opposite, and this is what came of it. Like, I got kids, man. I got family, right? I have a responsibility to act in public like I got some fucking sense. You know what I'm saying? If for no other reason than their sake. Now, I have absolutely been in public and done some really fucked up shit like this, but you wouldn't be able to identify me. And that was the whole point. It wasn't anything illegal, I promise. I promise. Not technically, anyway. And it does bother me because it's like, why? Is it just pure unadulterated teenage rebellion when you're like pushing 50? You know what I mean? That's what it feels like. It feels so sophomoric isn't quite right. Juvenile? That seems to fit. You know what I mean? It's like the whole queering yourself with your clothes, where women will wear things that make them, that a woman who is doing this will wear clothing that will not accentuate their body shape and make them look as if they're more homely and plain, but in a like weird way, right? Like that, with all kinds of weird colors and all kinds of other stuff. And it's like, what is wrong with natural beauty standards? Do you understand? I'm not talking about traditional beauty standards, because fuck all that shit. It's like in the 20s, thin and small boobs were the thing, right? So I don't want to hear any of that shit. But like when we look at like how nature makes us appeal to one another, things like symmetry and other qualities within each sex make us more attractive to the other. And what's wrong? There's nothing wrong with that. And it bothers me that we're still having this conversation when it's like, yeah, rebelling against your parents was cool in the 60s. And for every generation, it's been cool when you're a teenager. But eventually you do got to grow up, motherfucker. Right? Even if you're a dink, dual income, no kids, even if you're just alone and you're just doing your own thing, at some point you have to become a mature citizen and like actually fucking do things. And yeah, I'm just sorry. It's just because the thing about it is that I did that, right? I had to grow the fuck up. It just was. And I still play video games. I still do all those things, but when you have responsibilities, you have to do them. And you don't just have a responsibility to go to work to pay your bills. You have a responsibility to your family. You have a responsibility to your community to be the best person that you can be in the best possible way. Because if you do, everyone benefits, including yourself. Specifically, your family you have an obligation to. Especially the one you create yourself. Right? Like your... Sorry, I heard a noise. Like if you get married, you owe it to your spouse to be healthy. If you have children, you owe it to your children to be healthy and to not be sedentary and to take care of yourself so that you can be alive when they have grandchildren and you can enjoy that family dynamic. And if you raise them properly, they will also feel an obligation to you to keep themselves healthy and eventually have grandchildren because you were such a good parent and they owe you one. Not literally, but just more like a, you know, if you do favors for people without asking for anything in return, they will fucking love you. If you do it correctly. It invites reciprocation. And people understand that. It's like this underlying thing that exists from, like, even when we were animals, because even animals can understand fairness. Rats, monkeys, you name it. They've done experiments where they can tell when something is unfair, and they absolutely do not like it. So I don't know what the real fallout of this is going to be. It doesn't even look like it. I don't even know if it's going to blow up. It might not. I don't know when this was done. But again, you know, the blue team will literally just say, oh, they just mean that they're gonna like unindoctrinate, you know, fucking theocratically indoctrinated fucking children. That's what they mean. Blah, 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 blah. We're gonna teach them not to hate gays, yada, yada, yada. And it's like, I was on board with the let's teach people not to hate gays. I was on board with gay marriage. I was on board with fucking, you know, if you're trans, do your fucking thing. But you can only go so far before reasonable people just don't support you anymore at all. And the more this keeps going, the less I support it. I do not think we should be having... I would go to a pride parade, and I would take my children if there weren't fucking naked people everywhere. Right? There's nothing wrong with any of this, except that part. And the fetish fucking bullshit that they bring out, like that is not gay pride. That is you being proud of your fetish. Because you being a homosexual or a bisexual or a lesbian or whatever has nothing to do with what gets you off in the bedroom. Other than the fact that you're sexually attracted to a specific type of individual. And it really bothers me that that's basically what it's turned into. Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. See what I mean? Because someone sent cops to the pedo protest, target rich environment. I mean, this is definitely more of a comedy. I've seen them. I would say it's more. I want to say it's more red team leaning, but that could be my bias because it posts stuff like this, right? That's obviously there's no more context than the clip. Not that there could be that much more added context that you could put on it, other than the charitable interpretation that I possibly put on it. I'm sure maybe you could do better. Yet here we are. Here we are. Here we are. And speaking of which, do we have... That's the City Bike Karen. Target. Okay. Yeah, well, you know what? We'll do this one next. So, Target is going to rip out self-checkouts as retail thefts plague stores. But customers aren't happy. You're right, I'm not happy. Do you want to know why? I despise interacting with cashiers. I don't like it. This is why I like places that have where you can order from the menu on a kiosk and I don't have to talk to anyone. The main reason is because I have so many other things to think about in my life at any given time that interacting with another human and pretending I care about them is an extreme emotional drain. especially when we both know that me caring about you and you caring about me is a total fabricated lie that is useful for us to have normal human interactions with one another so we don't kill each other, which is cool, fine, but I don't like doing it. I just don't. And I mean, he talks about how you can only use this kind of technology in a high trust society, and it's correct. I use these things all the time. I never fucking steal anything. I always pay for everything. Like I've even corrected it, and it's because I understand corporations are shitheels, but I'm not a thief, and I'm not gonna be a thief. So if I don't want to pay for it, I'm just not gonna buy it. And you can make all kind of excuses about corporations bad and all this other stuff, and it's just like, that's fine. You know, I can even understand where you're coming from because I hate corpos too. But I ain't a thief. I don't want to be a thief. And yeah, it's that simple. And it does bother me that we can't have nice things because of low trust individuals within our society will continuously break and take advantage of stuff like this. It's one of the reasons why we can't have public transportation like they have in Europe. Not just the fact that we've completely bureaucratized every fucking thing to make it so fucking hard to build anything anymore in a lot of places that we can't just get done. But if you're going to have a shared community space, then you need to have shared expectations of behavior. And there are no shared expectations of behavior anymore. And it's one of the reasons why we have dueling racists on Give, Send, Go with the Carmelo Anthony and the Shiloh, what the fuck ever her name was, getting money for doing fucking stupid racist shit. We need to have set rules that everybody follows, and when people don't follow those rules, they need to be removed. It's really that simple, right? So if you're being loud and disruptive in an area where it's a communal place, then you need to quiet the fuck down, right? Because everybody's here is to enjoy themselves, not just you. And this is not and before anybody fucking brings up any fucking, this is a black thing. No, it's not. I'm a loud ass motherfucker, right? I remember me and my black friends in high school going out in public, and we were loud as fuck. But we all knew that it was disrespectful to other people. And so we would try to keep it down. And every now and then we'd fucking laugh really fucking loud or say something really stupid loud. And then we'd have to, oh, my bad. I'm sorry. And it was fine because, if you at least acquiesce to the fact that you have a responsibility to pay the fuck attention and be respectful to everybody around you so that you can enjoy a common space, people will forgive you for being fucking a nuisance. But when it's like you can't expect certain types of behavior because of, it's our culture, and it's like, no, motherfucker, it's not. No, it's not. You're just loud, and that's fine. I'm loud too. But you can at least have a little bit of courtesy for everybody around you. That's the real thing. And that's what we need to have, and we don't have it. Because no one's gonna see a problem with kicking off some fucking piece of white trash that's fucking making a scene off of a train or out of some communal place. Nobody's gonna have a problem with that. But the moment it's fucking the other way around, where it's a black person doing it and they're acting like white trash, it's racism. It's racism. We can't have that. If we want a high trust society, we have to demand it and hold people accountable when they disabuse it. When they abuse it. Excuse me. When they abuse it. We have to. And it doesn't have to be like criminal or anything. It could literally just be, no, you can't be here if you're going to be like that. And that's perfectly fine, because there are places where being loud and rambunctious is the norm. A lot of bars are this way. There's a lot of restaurants that are like this, where it's just the environment. And those are the places you go. There are places in public specifically designed for stuff like this, right? You go out to the beach or out to a dock or something like that. Yeah, you being loud is probably not going to be that big of a deal. Especially if it's in an open place, that's open to the sky, not an interior, not an indoor place. but it really depends on the environment that you're in. So if you're on a train, or you're on a bus, or anything like that, you're basically in a gigantic tin can, and so if you're loud and rambunctious, it's going to disturb a lot of other people. And if we don't hold people to account, we can't have a high trust society. And so you can't have self-checkouts in places where thieves are not held to account. And it sucks. It really does. And one of the things that's really odd is how they're, because in like here in Tennessee, you can't, like the thieving shit, that's not allowed. No. If you get caught shoplifting, you go to jail. It's that simple. Now, obviously, the first time you're not going to get thrown in the fucking, paddy wagon and sent to jail and handcuffs and shit. But you will be arrested and you'll have to go to court. And they'll probably make you do some kind of restitution shit and stuff like that, right? But it's basically like a slap on the wrist. You do it again, then you go to jail. Then the sentence is much harsher, and again and again and so on. And so in places like where I live, we should be able to have these things. But we still can't because of the underlying thing. And I wonder, you know what? Let's see where are they only getting them in certain places? Let's check it out. Self-checkout started from stores as thieves use the kiosks to conduct their crimes. Plans to limit self-checkout to 10 items and limit or remove self-checkout kiosks amid complaints about clunky technology and concerns about rising theft. Okay, so it's not just about rising theft. Clunky technology. That's an interesting phrase. Along with paring back customers' self-checkout halls, the stores will expand the number of traditional checkout lanes. The 2 weeks showing where the store where they shop had a large empty space with oh, nice. So the Target I lived near completely got rid of self-checkout. Plenty of others replied to the thread. Shoppers are not happy. Yep. Yeah, it's one of the reasons why I loved self-checkout at first is because I hate waiting in lines and then having to interact. So it's just, yeah, it's ridiculous. And it sucks that they can't keep them up because of shifting customer patterns as shoppers preferred self-checkout during the height of the pandemic when customers sought minimal contact with others. The shift also conveniently comes as Target recognizes a surge in organized retail crime plaguing its stores. Okay, California thief used Target self-checkout to snatch over $60,000 worth of merchandise during a shoplifting spree spanning 100 visits to the retail store. In New York, the retailers have bemoaned organized shoplifting rings cost them a staggering $4.4 billion year to supply the booming shadow resale market. This is a big thing in New York, by the way. Cash Jordan, he's a dude bro on YouTube. He does a lot of like reporting about this. I'll throw his thing up. He's a great dude. You should watch his shit. You can definitely feel his starting, like it used to be his stuff was a lot more neutral, but you could definitely feel, especially when it comes to the immigration stuff, which you could tell which direction he leans. But I really like his videos. He puts a fair amount of work into them. So Cash Jordan, this bro right here, at Cash Jordan. Bam. Can I get a... There we go. Share channel. Great dude. He has done a lot of reporting on the shadow resale market about where these guys will literally steal stuff from like Home Depot and stuff like that and literally go down the street and give it to other people who will resell it. And this is one of the ways that the criminals, like the gangs and the cartels and shit, this is one of the ways that they make money off of the people they bring here. They charge them huge amounts of debt. So you pay $10,000, $20,000 to come across the border, and then now you have to work 2 or 3 jobs, not only to keep yourself alive, but also to pay back the cartel. And one of the ways you can help pay back the cartel is, you can steal shit, or you can sell the shit we stole, right? Fucking, like it's indentured servitude tantamount to slavery. at this point. And I mean, because like once you've paid off your debt to the cartel, what prevents them, or at least the thugs on the street, from continuing to extort you for the rest of your fucking life as you live out your days as an underclass worker in the United States of America, where you are literally barred from the American dream due to the fact that the cartels have power over you. Thieves and middlemen are selling these shoplifted goods on resale sites such as eBay and Facebook Marketplace, and filling warehouse spaces at illegal pawn shops. Yep. Yeah, they are. It's crazy. 64% rise in New York City alone from 2019 to 2023. They really do need to get a handle on this shit. And this is kind of what I'm saying about a high trust society, is that when people do this, you need to utterly obliterate them. And I don't mean kill them. I mean, they need to have laws in place. Like like New York, they took down the mob in New York. What the fuck is going on? Why are they not able to take down these fucking rings of people who are doing this shoplifting bullshit? Why is it not front page news all over the nation that New York is blowing the fuck out of these dudes? The same city that took down the fucking mafia. Destroyed them. Along with the FBI, of course. Let's not forget the FBI. Obviously, you know, they put in a lot of work for that. So, sure. Whether you dislike or like the alphabet agencies, sometimes they actually do a good job and what they're supposed to. So, silver lining, I guess. And yeah, so why are we not BTFOing these motherfuckers? Is it because it's all run? Is it because it's like a heavy thing for illegals to do, and so we can't do that because they're illegals and or migrants? Is that what's going on? It really bothers me, because you'd think it wouldn't be that hard to track these motherfuckers down, considering they're selling stuff on the internet. So you have to ship it from somewhere, right? And if these thefts are occurring in the United States and the resale is happening here, it shouldn't be that fucking hard, should it? Especially in New York, when you have them reselling stolen shit on the street. I mean, we have, like, I want you to understand this, dude. We have something called civil asset forfeiture here in the United States, where if you get pulled over by a police officer or stopped by a police officer in any fashion, and you have large amounts of cash on you, they can seize it from you. They can steal it from you because the money is suspicious. And it could be in relation to the commission of a crime. And so they can literally take that money from you, and you have to go to court to prove it innocent. This is not just for money. This is for any property that may or may not be in the, or that may be in the inclusion of a crime. Excuse me. It's also for any property that may be included in a crime. So let's imagine, you know, your 15-year-old fucking child went to his friend's house and got some weed, marijuana. Let me spell it out for you. You got some marijuana illegally, and you take him back to your house. You don't know anything about this as a parent. You don't know anything about this, but the police do. You take the kid back to your house. He's in the basement smoking, and the police can fucking come in, raid your shit, take your fucking house as asset forfeiture. Take your fucking car that you drove him around in because it could be used to be selling drugs. That's how broad these laws are. And while the story I'm telling you is not actually an accurate one, it's pretty close to one that I remember hearing when this was big in the news, like pre-2016 or around that time, where they did this to a couple. And one of the reasons that it looks like it ended up happening is because the prosecutor wanted to use their home as like his like side place or some shit like that. It was absolutely asinine and absolutely stupid. Or that once after it was seized, they started using it as their like residence or some dumb shit like that. It was really, really bad. If I had to collect serial numbers on all systems at GameStop just in case. Yeah, it is. So we have civil asset forfeiture where, for the simple fact of your child getting illegal drugs and smoking them in your home, can get your house and your car seized by the police. They can't seize all of the stolen goods on the side of the road. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, they will literally steal your life savings, but they can't take care of that. You do understand how ridiculous all this is, right? where you have people hawking stolen goods, goods they know were stolen on the side of the road, and there's nothing they can do about it. And yet they can steal your life savings if you have large amounts of cash on you. All they have to do is suspect that it was done in the commission of a crime. They could literally clean up the streets tomorrow and get all these motherfuckers off the street. Because you literally just have to say, oh, we suspect it's in the commission of a crime. And then you can run the numbers, get all the product, fucking pay someone to fucking scan all the shit, and ask all the retailers where it came from. Did they buy this shit or not? And it's probably, how much of it will come up stolen? How much you think? Like, they have the power to do this, but they're not. Why are they not? I also want to ask you another question. Did you know what happened in Colorado? I didn't prepare for this because Colorado just passed more legislation to limit their police officers' abilities to work with ICE. So it's a mixed bag about what's happening. So this is the story that people are trying to push. I don't know if this is correct. Colorado is passing a law that allows criminal illegal aliens to request that guilty pleas be overturned if the plea had immigration consequences that they didn't know about. Come to Colorado, commit a crime, plead guilty, and have the crime wiped away. Criminal sanctuary state. I don't know if that's true, but I do know that they passed legislation to limit their police officers' ability to interact with ICE or to help them at all. Barring probation officers from contacting ICE, preventing officers from notifying ICE about illegal aliens involved in misdemeanor or felony cases, and fining officers, fining officers who inform ICE about illegal aliens up to $50,000. Not a sanctuary state, huh? I mean, I don't like watching Fox because we know the bias, but I gotta listen to this.
Saying this forever, that it's not a sanctuary state, and he's just wrong about it. There's multiple laws that the legislature here, it's a supermajority of Democrats, have passed since 2013, and what this law doesn't even allow probation to get in contact with ICE. Probation, where people are illegal aliens have already been convicted and they're letting them out on the street. These probation officers cannot contact ICE. It also levies a $50,000 fine on off.
That sounds so retarded. Does it not? You've already been convicted of a crime and we know you're an illegal alien. Right? That means you don't have asylum status. Because asylum status gives you the right to stay here. And it gives you the right to work. If you have an asylum status from an immigration court, you get that. Just like Abrego Garcia had a withholding of deportation, which did not grant him any asylum status, nor could he seek asylum, but it was supposed to prevent him from being deported to El Salvador unless conditions changed, which they have, but he never got the chance to argue that in court, so, whatever. But that sounds ridiculous. Why would you not want convicted illegal aliens who are convicted of crimes to be deported? I don't understand this. Like, I could understand maybe being like, oh, well, they need to pay restitution. Okay, sure, but how are they going to get a job being an illegal to pay restitution? Are we going to put them in work camps? No, we're just going to release them back on the street and not tell ICE. I don't understand this at all.
Officers, if
like there's got to be some kind of nuance to it that I'm not seeing. That is just that Fox isn't telling, and they're just not. So we'll see.
They contact ICE and let ICE know about a criminal illegal alien. They're going to actually
$50,000
keep officers from even notifying ICE about 1325 and 1326.
Like, I'm not gonna lie, this is the kind of shit where I would absolutely violate orders. This is where the chain of command completely breaks down for me. There's no way. There's no way you'd get me to do something like this. No, come on, dude. And you want to know what's funny? It would actually probably be good for you. It's not even like it's a virtue signal. Imagine you're the first fucking police officer to do this, and they literally charge you with a $50,000 fine, and you blast it all over the internet. Do you not think Red Team's gonna pick up on that and just make you a fucking hero? You were willing to sacrifice your entire fucking career to ensure that a dangerous illegal, like, you know, it's gotta be a really bad guy, right? Some dude that's like convicted of like child rape or some shit, right? Like, they're literally setting up the ability for people to martyr themselves. I wonder how well it's going to work. $50,000 is a lot of money. And when you got to pay bills and you got family, it's really hard to be like, they're going to charge me 50 grand. But you also got to think, man, what do you think the president of the United States, his government in DC, and his base are going to do when they find out that a police officer was charged 50 grand, up to 50 grand, for informing ICE about an unauthorized immigrant who was already convicted of a crime so he could be deported now that he's been convicted. So he had his due process. He literally had his due process that he was convicted of a crime. So this is not like they're just snatching people off the street with no convictions, no courts, no nothing, right? And then putting them in a prison. This is someone who's actually been convicted of a crime, and they're forcing their officers to not inform immigration officials about this convicted criminal who is also an illegal alien. Shouldn't they be in jail? And even if they're not supposed to be in jail because their crime was so small, shouldn't they still be deported? Right? I mean, you had your day in court. You got convicted of a crime. You were on fucking probation. What the fuck are we doing? They probably got some stupid shit in it where, you know, you can't tell anybody anything. Like it'd be exactly like you tell your wife, and then when you go to work, she calls fucking ICE and lets them know, right? Like, you know, they've got some kind of stupid ass provision in there that would, you know, fuck that guy's life up. My whole point about this is like, but that's what it feels like, right? Because this is absolutely something that I would go to bat for. I would absolutely break that, 100%. There's no question. Like, there were times when in the military when I was like, I'm not going to do that. So if it comes up, don't ask me because I'm going to refuse. And they were like, you want to be in the brig? And I was like, no, but I'm not going to do it. It's that simple. And it's like, oh, but you did this. And it's like, yeah, I did that voluntarily. I joined the military voluntarily. I did it of my own sound mind because I wanted a thing. You cannot force me to do a thing that I did not volunteer for. Anyway, we don't get into all that. But it was just like, it's like, yes, this is a line I will draw, and I don't give a fuck. Especially now, because like, I mean, I don't even have a job. But the thing about it is that when I was in the military, this is something that would have absolutely been like, yep, this is the line, and I'm not gonna abide by it. Not today. And the reason that I'm surprised at this is not just because it sounds retarded and ridiculous and stupid, but like I said before, the first officer this happens to, where he gets hammer fucked by the Colorado state government with this statute or whatever the fuck it is, that guy's going to be a martyr. That guy, they're going to want that cop to be like, oh yeah, they charged you $50,000. We're going to raise $10 million for you and go fund me. You want to come work in a police department where they respect their officers? Why don't you come here? Says 50 different police departments from across the United States. You know what I'm saying? It's like, and how many officers would absolutely understand that that's going to be the thing, and that all they have to do is bide their time. Like, imagine you have a bad actor who's an officer, right? Who's an actual bad actor and wants to manipulate the system. Look at how you could exploit this for your personal gain. You find some bad fucking asshole who did some really bad shit, and they're not gonna fucking punish him properly, and they're gonna release him back on the streets instead of getting him deported. Dude, fucking do it on duty. Literally, like they tell you to go release him, you put him in the back of your police car, you take him out to where you're supposed to release him, and then you fucking call ICE and wait for them. And then you tell your department that you did it. You post it all over TikTok and Facebook and all that bullshit. Fucking find me. I dare you. Like, come on, man. You cannot have not thought this far. $50,000? And to announce that you're doing it publicly? It's going to get worse, boys. It's only going to get worse from here.
Cases, which are misdemeanor and felony cases under immigration law. So, for the state to say that they're not pushing back against this, they are obstructing federal law enforcement. They've done it since 2013. I think the Trump administration is going to have a really good case on this because they're going to be able to show actual cases that where Denver has let criminal illegal aliens out of jail, and those aliens have continued to commit crimes and even kill people.
If you can show it in court, I'd like to see that. I'd really like to see that.
Has been saying this forever that
I'd really like to see that. But again, Fox, so you got to take it with the grain of salt that it is, right? I want to see something that's not right-leaning. Oh my God. You cannot be serious. What's this? Website will be suspended. We're currently unsure how long the archives. Okay, I don't know what the fuck is this about. See, program presents ICE with an opportunity. Oh my God, that's hilarious. I see. The thing about it is, it's like, it's not about being a citizen. If you're a documented immigrant, of course you can get a license. Like you can get it, you can drive in the United States as someone who is not a United States citizen. Most places have, if you have a valid green card or a visa or what the fuck ever, all you got to do is go pass the goddamn test like everybody else. But you have different paperwork, right? That simple. I don't know what the fuck this dude is smoking. But yeah, illegals should not be able to fucking get licenses. I mean, maybe you should create a program so you can round them all the fuck up. That seems like a good idea. That's what that looks like. Arrived in small Colorado town. The town doesn't have a homeless shelter. Okay. I want to... Is there anything... Okay, what is this? This is the governor? Who is this? Is this the governor of Colorado? Yes. Okay, we got the governor of Colorado on CNN.
Governor, how are you preparing for what both of those fronts could look like in terms of illegal immigration and legal immigration? I mean, this comes as today we had schools urging international students to maybe come back early from break to in case there is a travel ban-esque moment in the beginning of Trump's administration like there was 8 years ago. How are you personally preparing for that?
Look, and we have world-class universities here, University of Colorado at Boulder, Colorado State University. Students from across the world come here. And one of the stupidest things we do as a nation is when they get their degree or their graduate degree, could be a PhD in physics and engineering, we literally say you're not allowed to work in this country. You have to go somewhere else. And guess what? In a global economy, the jobs follow them. Back to India, back to China. It hurts our economy.
Okay, so this is about tech visas. Oh, this is from December 30th. I'm so silly. I'm so sorry, boys. So yeah, I mean, I agree with him about that. Yeah, we should not be like if they're educated here, we should not immediately ban them from working here. Like obviously there should be a path they can do that. That's fucking retarded. It will cost the state billions in federal funding. So we got CBS News. Opponents of the Colorado immigration bill warn it will cost billions in federal funding. We are sitting on a powder keg.
Supporters say it's about protecting constitutional rights of everyone, regardless of citizenship.
Opponents, though, including the Teller County Sheriff, say it would protect dangerous criminals. Your political reporter Sean Boyd joins us. And Sean, the sheriff isn't the only one with concern.
I want to say this for the fucking record, for the umpteenth time. Everyone who is a human has human rights, except the unborn. We still need to work on that one. Everybody else has human rights, basic human rights. That means is that they're entitled to things like due process and other nonsense like that, right? And their human rights are protected under the Constitution. That does not mean they have all the same rights as citizens, but they have basic human rights. So that means you can't torture them, you can't throw them in jail forever and never let them out without any charges and all that other stupid shit, right? They still have the basics that we do, just not as many of the like they can't vote, for instance, or they're not supposed to. Yeah. Stuff like that, yeah.
Yeah, local government.
So that includes bad people who are criminals. Of course it does. Like, of course, what the fuck are we talking about? Right? One of the reasons we have these protections is for the same reason we have them, because you don't want politicians persecuting people every fucking day like they did to Trump, right? Regardless of whether his shit was fucking valid or not, it looked like a fucking hit job to a lot of fucking people. And that's exactly how they took it. Because you had to bend and twist a lot of shit to make it happen. So it doesn't look fair now, does it? And so that's why we have the rights that we do under the Constitution. The Constitution is an enumeration of those rights that we all have endowed by our Creator. That's what it's supposed to be. Right? And so this does apply to non-citizens for the most part. As in, we shouldn't be arresting them for things they say. Free speech. Cool. Well, that doesn't mean they can own guns. You know, obviously. They have the right to bear arms if we say they do. Because like if you're not a citizen, it's really hard for you to get a gun. Right? And illegals absolutely shouldn't have the ability to get a gun. But things like unlawful search and seizure, the ability to recuse yourself so you don't incriminate yourself, all of these things are things that are applied to everyone, not just citizens. The right to the right to a trial. If we think you've committed a crime, you have a right to a trial. Now, I do not believe that because of how immigration works, you are entitled to a full trial, like a jury trial. It's an immigration proceeding where it's basically a judge is deciding what's going on. And this happens in a multitude of different ways where a judge is the only presiding thing and there is no jury. This is common practice in a lot of our legal shit. A jury trial is literally you are trying to be convicted and jailed of a crime, therefore you must be judged by a jury of your peers. That's where that comes from. And illegal aliens are not entitled to a jury trial by a jury of their peers to be deported, but they are required to be judged by a jury of their peers if we want to convict them of a crime and jail them for it and strip them of all of their rights. So it does in fact protect criminals. That's what the law is literally designed that way. It's specifically for that way. That it protects them from abuse by the government. So for the record, yeah, it does. And it's supposed to. But it also protects us, too, from being accused of such things and then just being jailed for it. That's why.
Are worried that this bill could cost them millions of dollars in federal funding. It prohibits them from sharing certain information with federal agents, expands areas where those agents aren't allowed, and further limits local cooperation with ICE. Teller County Sheriff says if the bill becomes law, his deputies would have to choose between enforcing state law and losing federal funding or enforcing federal law and facing thousands of dollars in fines.
So I want to dispel the rumors and myths that really the legislator is presenting in testimony.
Teller County Sheriff Jason Mikesell says he's worked with federal immigration agents for nearly 3 decades and has never seen them go into schools or target children. Instead, he says they go after the most dangerous criminals. And under Senate Bill 276, he says his deputies could no longer help them.
So if we have a known terrorist or known cartel member, am I not to give that information anymore to our federal partners?
We're just elevating, that.
I'm sorry. Let's hear that again. I love how CNN cuts him off.
So if we have a known terrorist or known cartel member, am I not to give that information anymore to our federal partners?
There might be a way around this. If you can't, it's not even, Longwood Geek brought up a good thing about somebody else tells ICE. But think about it like this. If it's a known terrorist from a known terrorist organization, you don't have to tell ICE. You could tell the FBI. the Department of Homeland Security. Why not? If you tell them, then they could tell ICE. Or is the law more broad than that? You literally can't do anything like that. I wonder.
We're just elevating,
Yeah.
that constitutional rights of everyone must be respected.
Represented.
That's true. That's true. But how is that? How does that? How do you square that circle?
Elizabeth Velasco, one of the bill's sponsors, says local authorities could still cooperate if ICE has a warrant. The bill prohibits all peace officers in Colorado from arresting or detaining a person based on an immigration detainer request, bars local governments, courts, and schools from disclosing personal identifying data, including immigration status and visas, to federal agents, and prevents those agents from entering non-public areas in healthcare and childcare facilities, libraries, hospitals, churches, and schools.
I mean, I don't think I have over much problem with warrantless entry, them banning this, though I'm not sure, like, healthcare and child facilities, libraries, hospitals, churches, and schools. That seems kind of okay. Right, if you've got a warrant for somebody and they're there, sure, but if they're not there, I mean, I can kind of understand that you don't want, like, normal police roaming around these places just willy-nilly, right? They got to have a reason to be there, so that's not overly bad, I don't think. Because we all see cops, you know, are in hospitals, but they're not roaming the fucking halls, right? Looking for, hunting people fucking down. They're literally at, like, security checkpoints. And half the time, it's not even cops. It's motherfucking private security now. Has been absolute anyway. Yeah, it's because, like, a lot of these things, it's like, even though most schools are public schools, like, you should, unless you have officers at the school and they have, like, an office, they still shouldn't be, like, roaming around the fucking halls and shit, right? That's just, yeah, you don't need that kind of shit. I understand what they're talking about, like, with this, right? But it's still one of these deals where 9 times out of 10, every time I've seen immigration, like, go to one of these, go to something like this, or any of these, any place, they usually have a warrant of whatever the fuck it's called to pick up, an administrative warrant, right? To pick up that guy. Right? That's the procedure. That's what you're supposed to do. So obviously, if you don't have a warrant, you probably shouldn't be just arresting people willy-nilly.
Including colleges.
Unless, you go to arrest someone and he's hanging out with 10 of his buddies and all their immigration status is also in question, maybe.
In universities without a warrant. Employees who violate the law could be fined up to $50,000.
We're telling you that we're sitting on a powder keg. It is not an option to walk away from the federal government.
Teller County Commissioner Dan Williams says the bill will cost the state billions in federal funding.
He is right. There is no walking away from the federal government. We had a war about this, remember? Yeah, remember the guy I keep complaining about that violated all the fucking human rights you could possibly imagine? I don't know if he actually tortured anyone. I don't know about that. But, committing war crimes, that was pretty bad. And we fought a war that he won, committing all those atrocities, crimes. And it basically said that states aren't independent anymore. Not really.
Velasco says that's already happening.
We're already in multiple lawsuits when it comes to funding. It's important for us, to stand up against any breach of our constitutional rights and making sure that our communities are safe.
The bill passed.
It's just one of these things. It's like, how is it a constitutional right that they can't share the information? How is that a constitutional right? When that's what law enforcement is supposed to fucking do in the first place. Right? That's the whole point. Is they're supposed to have all this information. And so, basically, if you can't give any of that information, then ICE can't get the warrants they need. Right? So you're like, cutting it off at the knees. Hang on a second, boys. I got a quick thing. My daughter is awake, so I will be right back. Stand by, boys. We'll be right back after these messages from our break screen. Stay tuned for more right here at the Tango Hotel. ammo.
Brothers!
Greetings, brothers! Oh, get wrecked, motherfucker! Yeah! There it is. Yeah, this is one I want right now. Come at me, bro.
Yes!
Boom.
Fucking own it!
Ooh, yes, yes, good stuff. Woo-wee. Sweet pickle.
Watch out!
Tactical analysis of progress.
No, I missed! He walked into it! She walked into it!
Mine is bigger.
Take a breath. Watch that stress, squad.
Oh my god! Oh my god! What the fuck? Okay, so I say we move and poke the medic in the butt. What do you think? I don't care that it breaks stealth. I really don't. What are they gonna do?
They found us.
I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said that. That was pretty bad. I did not realize he had that ability. He's got a freaking shotgun. Not very. I say we take it. Let's go, baby. Come on, you got this. Yeah, 28 crit, baby. Die, Xenos scum. Oh my goodness. It don't get much better than that, baby. It
With ale in hand and tales to tell where legends make their home. The bonfires, chords of dragons, fierce and heroes gone to dust. For here within these hallowed walls we gather tales we trust. Of mountains high and valleys deep where danger always lurks. Of mystic streams and hidden beasts and wizards with their quirks. We raise our glass to those who dare and forge their own wild fate. To every soul who lifts a sword and never hesitates. I'll sing the song of wanderers brave with all the tales untold. Of mystic streams and hidden beasts.
Alrighty, boys, we are back. And Longwood brings up a very good point. Sorry about that. My daughter, my daughter needed me, and so I had to go be dad for a little bit. And he brings up a very good point, and that point is, where is it? Chat. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. Do non. Let's see. More to the point, are non-citizen... No, I should ask it directly. Do non-citizens have rights? Here's where my spelling comes into atrocious. Is that right? Oh my god, I spelled it right. United Space. Oh my god. Let's try that again. United States. Let's. Non-citizens in the U.S. have certain rights under the Constitution, but the scope is narrower than for citizens. The Constitution protections apply to persons rather than just citizens, extending some rights to non-citizens, particularly those lawfully present. Here's a background. Due process and equal protection. The 5th and 4th Amendment guarantee due process and equal protection for all persons within U.S. jurisdiction. Non-citizens, including undocumented immigrants, are entitled to fair legal proceedings such as the right to a trial, protection against self-incrimination, and access to courts. For example, Pyler versus Doe in 1982, the Supreme Court ruled that undocumented children have a right to a public education under the 14th Amendment. I would more argue that if their parents are paying property tax, that would probably guarantee them the... I don't know how much I agree with that specifically, but, you know, moving on. Non-citizens enjoy freedoms of speech, religion, and assembly. Courts have upheld that these protections for non-citizens, though national security concerns can limit their applications, restriction on political activities, and for certain visa holders. So this is why if you're not a U.S. citizen, you can be deported for, you know, supporting terrorist organizations, right? 4th Amendment, non-citizens are protected against unreasonable searches and seizures, but these rights can be limited near border and immigration or in immigration enforcement contexts where courts have granted broader government authority. Exactly. This is something I was bitching about during fucking Obama's era, about them fucking making it like there's a 100-mile zone from the border where they have this extended government authority. So there are some places where the government can literally search and seize you, search your shit and seize shit with little to no probable cause because you're within that limitation. Non-citizens lack rights explicitly reserved for citizens, such as voting, Article 1, Section 2, or running for federal office. The Second Amendment's application to non-citizens is less clear, with mixed court rulings of gun ownership rights. I mean, for me, it's like, I agree with the Second Amendment. Except when it comes to illegals. If you're here legally on a visa and you're a perfectly fucking, and you could otherwise perfectly own a firearm if you were a citizen, I think we should have a talk about that, because there is something to be said about that. I do think there is. It's either a right or it isn't. But if you're already here illegally, you've proven untrustworthy, and I don't want to give you guns. Simple as that. Additionally, non-citizens face fewer protections in immigration proceedings, which are considered civil, not criminal, and thus lack full due process guarantees, i.e. no right to free counsel and no right to a jury trial kind of thing. Undocumented immigrants. Even those unlawfully present have some constitutional protections, but their status can limit practical access. For instance, in whatever the fuck that name is versus Davis, the Supreme Court limited indefinite detention of non-citizens, citing constitutional concerns. Fair enough. Context matters. Rights may vary based on legal status and location, e.g. within the United States borders versus at the port of entry, and specific circumstances. Courts continue to refine these boundaries through case law, and if you want to be... Okay, yeah, so there you go. So yes, according to the interpretation of the Constitution by the Supreme Court, even undocumented immigrants or unauthorized immigrants, illegal immigrants, however the fuck you want to say it, do have basic civil rights under the Constitution that include access to courts, the ability for non-citizens to have fair legal proceedings, such as right to trial, against protections against self-incrimination, and protections against search and seizure, as well as the ability to speak freely, have a religion, and assemble. Yeah, so there you go. Which may be limited under certain circumstances. Sure. Okay, so there we go. We've answered that question. At least, does that answer your question? Or does that rebut it enough for you? Because I do believe Grok is correct. I've heard about this before. I've heard about the argumentation. They do, because a lot of the things are aspirational, but they fall to the wayside when it comes to practical concerns, right? Like if you're supporting terrorists, yeah, we're probably going to deport you.
You know, to stand up against any breach of our constitutional rights and making sure that our communities are safe.
The bill passed the Senate. Debate in the House is expected to be explosive after a committee hearing where some Democrats compared the recent immigration crackdown to the Holocaust. Republican Representative.
To be fair, I have criticized them for going this far, and I still do. However, there was a key piece of information that I was missing about the due process thing. And a lot of it was, it's not that they're just deporting people, right? Right? Like Abrego Garcia, for instance. They didn't just deport him. They locked him in a prison. It's just not in this country. Now, one could make the argument that El Salvador locked him in the prison, but we technically transferred him there explicitly to be locked in a prison, and we did not give him the due process to be able to lock him into a prison. Like, for instance, if we wanted to lock Abrego Garcia up for being an MS-13 gang member, he would have to have a trial to go to jail in the United States. But we didn't give him a trial, so he couldn't be locked up into jail in the United States. So instead, we sent him to El Salvador, and now El Salvador has him locked in a prison. But it's at our behest, right? So it's not like we deported him to El Salvador, and then they picked him up and then took him to prison because he's, committed some crime there. We actually facilitated that. So it's like there is a due process question, not just the fact that Trump admin violated the fucking withholding of deportation order, right? Amazing Barrel, greetings and salutations. So there is a lot more with that, because it is one of those things. It's like, to be able to lock someone up in prison, even an illegal alien, you do need to convict them of a crime, which requires a trial by jury. To deport them only requires them to get like an immigration hearing. That's it. And so if you say that the Alien Enemies Act allows you to bypass that step where you get all these judges to do this, I can understand that argument. But it's a different argument than sending them to a fucking prison in El Salvador. And that was the key piece I was missing. Andrew Jackson was the last president to openly defy the courts. Are you sure about that? Well, to be fair, Lincoln didn't openly defy the court, so that's fair. That's fair. I was thinking of something else.
Representative Ron Reinberg, whose grandparents died in the Holocaust, says the comparison dilutes one of the worst tragedies in history.
And it absolutely does. 100%. Is this bad? Yes. But it's not the worst thing ever. And that's the problem that we keep encountering. It's like with Israel's committing genocide, when it's like they could be killing lots of people, but that does not make it a genocide. Because genocide has specific requirements, especially under law and under its definition, where it's explicit. They are trying to commit a genocide. So that's what a genocide is. Just because they kill a lot of your people doesn't mean they're actually trying to commit genocide. You understand what I'm saying? So comparing it to the Holocaust, you're saying it's just like the Holocaust, when it absolutely isn't. It absolutely is not. Because not everybody that's being deported or it's being picked up by ICE is being sent to the fucking gulag, that's what they call it, in El Salvador. It's only the gang members. But then again, like I said before, there's still the requirements of due process that they're not getting for being locked up. Because again, if we had just deported him to El Salvador and left him at the airport, and then he could go about his business, and then they also El Salvadorians picked him up because he was an MS-13 gang member, that's a different story. But we specifically delivered him to their authorities to be locked in this prison. That is different. Because you could possibly get around this by literally just dropping them off at the airport, and if the El Salvadorians have the airport surrounded, they can't get the fuck out, right? So then they could just arrest them for being gang members. Like, it's literally like a Mott and Bailey, or whatever the fuck you call it when you pull the rug out from under somebody. It could be some dumb shit like that. It's not a Holocaust. Yeah, that's the thing. If you're not sending people into a meat grinder with the intention of the whole of the people being erased, it's not a Holocaust. Yeah, that's essentially, you're correct. And it's the same with genocide. There has to be a specific intent to wipe out them as a race for it to be considered genocide. So it can be bad, but that doesn't make it genocide. How many Chinese people did Genghis Khan kill? There's a lot, if you're wondering. How many? We don't want to get into the other part. Did he commit genocide? No. He was just bad. Anyway, it's just like with the whole Native Americans, Indians here in the U.S. Was there a genocide? No. Were there some people who wanted a genocide? Yes. But the vast majority of the Indians died because of disease, which nobody knew about. Germ theory wasn't invented until like 100 years after the first fucking white people, 200 years after the first white people showed up. Yeah, about 200 years after the first white people showed up. Maybe almost 300, in fact. So we had no theory of germs. So they had no fucking clue that this was going to be a thing. And it wiped out the vast majority of the population. What came later, during Manifest Destiny, one might describe as early types of genocide, but we could have completely wiped all of them out, and we did not. So would it still qualify as a genocide? I don't think so, right? It's definitely something bad, right? Just like the shit the Japanese did to the Chinese. But that doesn't make it a genocide, because it has a very specific definition with very specific terms that we use. So calling it that does diminish the thing that was that bad, because it's not that bad. Why don't you make up a new word? Oh, because you want the moral weight of the old word. That's why. And so they want the moral weight of the Holocaust. This is why you see the memes of all the people being loaded up into planes, literally right next to the Jews being loaded up into train cars. It's like, are you fucking retarded? Are you really fucking retarded? Like, we had concentration camps in America, dude. Under every Democrat's favorite president. Like, I don't want to fucking hear it.
Even if the bill gets out of the House, it's unclear if the governor will sign it. His spokesperson says he is working with lawmakers on amendments.
Interesting. All right, we will see. Sean, thank you.
So it doesn't seem like there's much more we're going to be able to learn from this basic reporting, because it does show stuff, but it doesn't actually like show the law itself. It's just, you know, one side disagrees, the other disagrees. They're both giving like their virtue signaling answers, right? Because like basically, oh, we need to protect our constitutional rights. Well, you can protect your constitutional rights and still work with ICE. Like, I don't understand. These two things are not in conflict, are they? No, they're not. And the thing about it is, if someone has been convicted of a crime in the United States and they're part of a gang, and then they get deported to El Salvador and locked up, they literally had due process. Now, to be fair and not just be fucking an asshole and be funny about it, they weren't given due process for to be locked in prison in El Salvador, right? Because if they're on probation, they you know, their penance is to be on probation. January 1st, Colorado will hand out. It's December 2024. Damn, these are going way back. Way back. Okay, so immigration law passed 2025. On services for illegal immigrants, it's a reckless bill that will cost, incentivizes illegal immigrants, raises fees. Okay, so we know where they stand. Reckless money pit, bleeding Colorado taxpayers. Voters didn't act. Okay, that's another 9-minute video of him bitching about it.
My colleague from Larimer, to be able to gain citizenship easier in those cases.
Okay. Look. Protect civil rights immigration status. Anybody remember the Patriot Act? How about the bill that says this is a good thing for everyone, so you must vote for it because I'm right? That's the bill. Now everybody has to vote for it because I'm right, right? Final vote today. What happened to lawmakers prior to yesterday? The United States of America sued Colorado for its reckless sanctuary. Yet today, legislature doubles down. $500 million on services for those who broke our laws. I mean, how much do you spend to lock Americans in prison? So, like, that's a non sequitur as far as I'm concerned. So that's the lawsuit. Just passed. Can I find this? Let me see if I can find this. Protect civil rights immigration status aims to strengthen protections regardless of immigration status by limiting cooperation between state and local entities, federal immigration enforcement, repealing affidavit requirements, eliminates the need for individuals without lawful immigration status to submit affidavits when applying for in-state tuition or identification documents. Lovely. Just fucking lovely. Limiting immigration enforcement cooperation prohibits peace officers, jail custodians, and detention facilities from detaining individuals based on civil immigration detainer requests without a judicial warrant. Also bars delaying a defendant's release from custody for immigration enforcement purposes. So you can't hold them because they're going to be, because immigration needs to have a word with them. Like, how is this not protecting illegals? How is this not what that is? How is this protecting civil rights? How's that work? How does this protect civil rights? Extends restrictions on sharing personal identifying information with federal immigration authorities to political subdivisions and their employees. Whatever. It also limits data collection to what is necessary and proportionate under the Colorado Privacy Act. So they can't share identifying information with federal immigration authorities. So they could literally arrest a terrorist and they can't tell ICE about it? This is federal immigration authorities. Does that mean they could tell the FBI about it? Homeland Security, maybe? Right? Unit 731. The FBI still works. Fair enough. Establish minimum requirements for public institutions, schools, to ensure access without cooperation with ICE, with civil penalties for violations. To ensure access without cooperation with ICE. So they're allowed to... What? For public institutions to ensure access without cooperation. So they'll give civil penalties to anybody who works at a public service who cooperates with ICE. Not just giving them access. So they have to give them access if they have a warrant, right? But they cannot cooperate in any way. I do not understand how you can work for a state government and not be required in a lot of instances to work with federal law enforcement. That seems sus as fuck. I'm not going to lie. That really does. Especially if the person doesn't want to cooperate, they don't have to. But if the person wants to cooperate with federal law enforcement, why would they not be able to? Especially if they're not actually doing anything that would jeopardize their job, right? Expands the ability to petition courts to vacate guilty pleas for minor offenses, class 3 misdemeanors, traffic misdemeanors, and petty offenses used to justify detention and deportation. So, what they're saying is that so the courts have the ability to vacate guilty pleas. That means annul them, right? Get rid of them. So you're no longer considered guilty for these things. If it could lead you to being deported. Does that not mean that these illegal migrants, unauthorized immigrants, could then just go around committing all of these offenses? And you're just not going to do anything about it? Just going to let them off? Is that what's going to happen? I know it's a court procedure, but how many of these judges have you seen that are like the judge that helped that one dude who was literally a domestic violence abuser out of the courtroom because ICE showed up? I mean, to be fair, it's guilty pleas. So I don't really... It says vacating convictions. All right, let's read into this a little bit more. Person who does not have lawful immigration status to submit. They have either applied. Okay, bill pleads. Under the law, criminal defendant. Okay, under the current law, a criminal defendant may petition to vacate a guilty plea to a class 1 or 2 misdemeanor or multiple offenses. If the criminal defendant alleges that they were not adequately advised by defense counsel. Oh, so if they plead guilty for a so what it is? Okay. If they plead guilty to get a deal, and they weren't advised that they could be deported for it, they may be able to vacate the guilty plea. That is not vacating the actual conviction, is it? They did not knowingly, intelligently, or voluntarily waive their right to counsel because they were not advised that the right to counsel includes the right to be advised regarding immigration consequences. The guilty plea was constitutionally infirm. What the fuck does that mean? Vacate guilty pleas for class 3 misdemeanors. I can't spell, sorry. Varies by state, but generally penalties, petty theft, shoplifting under a certain value, minor assault, without significant injury, disorderly conduct. So minor assault, disorderly conduct, certain traffic violations, reckless driving. Oh, lovely. Simple possession of marijuana, sure. But that absolutely could be a problem if it's illegal, right? Not the legal kind. Minor property damages. Okay. So I just wanted to see what exactly we were working with here. Class 3 misdemeanor. Required to comply. Okay, so under current law, state agencies and state agency employees are... Oh, the bill extends to the petition to vacate guilty plea of class 3 misdemeanors as classified at the time of the plea. Traffic misdemeanors are petty offenses. Okay. So I'm not sure how bad this actually is. This is not as get out of jail free card as I thought it was. But I can absolutely see how this could be abused by activist judges. Can you not? Like, just wait. Like, remember the judge that escorted the fucking domestic abuser? He like beat up 3 people out of a courtroom to evade ICE and got arrested for it. What happens when they let some fucking terrorist fuckstick or some murdering psychopath out because of this? What happens? Who's held accountable? Is that what they're going to do? Maybe, maybe not. This is why I don't like how this is worded. It feels very slimy. But I can understand where it's coming from, because it's basically like, if you pleaded guilty so that you could cut a deal for probation, but you didn't know that it could get you deported, which is dumb, because if you're an illegal immigrant, literally anything can get you fucking deported, dude. Then you should be able to vacate that guilty plea, which means that you would have to go through a full criminal trial, right? Is that what that means? Or they'd have to drop the charges. So what prevents them from using and abusing this if they're all activists? Oh, we'll input a guilty plea. We'll then petition the court to drop the guilty plea. Okay, well, there was injustice here, so we're gonna, mistrial with fucking whatever the fuck it is. I don't know, dude. I'm coming up with bullshit. I have no idea. I'm probably like way off. This is probably not nearly as bad as it sounds. Because it doesn't sound nearly as bad as it did here. Vacating convictions, because that's what Grok says. Incentivizes illegal migrations. I will say this. Colorado has basically just said, if you're an illegal criminal, come here. That's what they've said. It doesn't matter what the actual bill says. The fact that they're not addressing the concerns when people say, if I pick up a terrorist fuckstick, I now can't turn him over to ICE for deportation. That's going to fucking make people really fucking mad. And it's going to be like, oh, so I can actually go to Colorado and they can't help ICE find me. That sounds lovely. I'm going to go there. So if the crime was minor enough and they're not informed they'd be deported if they plead guilty, then you can be tried again because they were given incorrect legal advice. I believe that's what the spirit of it is supposed to be. Yes, I do believe that's what's going on. So it's not they're going to vacate your conviction, but again, we know what some of these fucking judges will do. We've seen it already. So are they going to be able to use this to let criminal fucksticks back out on the streets to hurt people? That's what I'm afraid of. Maybe it's not. Maybe they won't. You know, you got to trust the system, right? I keep fucking saying that. You either trust the system or you don't. So you can't trust it. You can't say, oh, the system is working great here, and then turn around and look at me and it's like, we must ignore the system because it's broken. And it's like, well, you can't have both of those, right? Either the system is broken or it's not. Now, I know there are various mechanisms and all kinds of different gears, and certain parts are broken and not. But if you value the system in one stance, you can't turn around and tell me you're just going to ignore it. In the other stance, you have to go through the system to get it changed. Under current law, state agency employees are required to comply with provisions that limit disclosure, collection, and access to personal identifying information, require annual reporting, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so I think Grok already talked about this. Bill responds to concerns about inconsistent data privacy policies across Colorado and aims to close loopholes that allow local governments to collaborate with ICE. Loopholes that allow local governments to collaborate with ICE. Like, honestly, I wonder what would happen if one of these sheriffs openly defied Colorado law and dared them to do something about it. Because basically that's what the states are doing to Trump. They're violating federal law when it comes to immigration, or abutting it, or subverting it, and they're daring him to do something about it. What do you think the federal government would do if one of these sheriffs or police departments or whatever said, fuck this bullshit, we're not doing this, and they violated it anyway? Do you think the federal government would just let Colorado put all those cops in jail? I don't know. I don't know. It would be the federal government supporting a local county kind of deal over the state government. I don't know how that would fly, dude. That's some tiers of power level that you can't get over, right? Because it's basically like the state does have control and the ability to pass legislation that affects the counties and can, use its state police to do that. Will the state police of Colorado actually abide? I don't know how their shit is up there. This is going to be an interesting one. That's for damn sure. This is going to be very interesting about how this plays out. Free state of Colorado, where the nanny state laws kick in next year, mandating all eggs sold in Colorado must be cage-free. I don't care about any of that shit. Yep, doubling down on policies that diverse taxpayer dollars to non-citizens. Okay. March 31st is when it went into effect. And they'll be able to get driver's license. Okay, there you go. Lovely. Facing funding cuts in roads and infrastructure. Lovely, lovely. Okay, I think we've pretty much gotten as much as we can get out of this. Yep, that's about as much as we're gonna get. Okay. Sure. I don't know why you would put this and show the picture of a child. Kind of weird. That's... Oh, okay. I see it. Okay, so it's the governor. I was like, he does look quite kind of like him. But that's still like a weird thing, right? Like, look at this. Look at this. To marry who you love. And then they have a picture of a child. I know the caption, but this is I don't like reading captions. I like to see what the video says. That's a hell of a frame, ain't it? Let me spell it out for you. Yeah. Let me spell it out for you. To marry who you love. And the first picture is the picture of a fucking child. That is... Who the fuck is running your account, bro? Who the fuck is running your account? This is... Oh my god. This is so dumb. Like, and I know it's dumb for me to do this too, to point it out like this and all that. But it's like... You say this, and then the first thing on this picture is a child, and then another child, the same child. And it's like, so if you don't read the caption, like, do you realize how this could easily be abused against you? Do you not understand how optics works, bro? Like, the first thing you'd want to do is show this, right? Oh, we signed this, and then it pops to these, and it's like, he didn't know it back then, but he knows now. And then it goes back to this. You put this in the middle. Right? That's not the first thing you should see. Just thought I'd give you a little help. Okay. All right, I think we're done with this. I wanna talk some shit about my fellow atheists. Got that done. Karen, okay, she's good. Yep. I want a neurochip. That's funny as hell. All right, so where is it? Yes, I want to make fun of my fellow atheists because I am literally sick and tired of the same old jokes and memes and comebacks that I heard growing up still being tossed at religious folk. It's like, dude, they know what you're going to say. You're literally doing an NPC script. Fucking stop it. You look exactly like the thing that you were fighting against 20 years ago. And I mean that. Dude. So many of them are off their fucking rocker. Like it's literally like this. Why would I celebrate made up fairy tales? And then they turn around and goon over Star Wars. There's nothing wrong with that, but it is a hypocrisy when you're being like, oh, religion is stupid, and here's a reason, and then you turn right around and you do the same exact fucking thing, just in a different way, and expect nobody to fucking be able to see that, or that you shit all over these people, and you haven't even come up with any new jokes in like 20 fucking years. Come on now. Like, I wouldn't be so mad if it was good content. But it's still the same old, tired ass arguments. And don't get me wrong, sometimes they need to be made because religious people still say stupid shit all the fucking time. But everybody knows, everybody used to know that it is kind of stupid. It is. A lot of the stuff that surrounds religion is just dogmatic horseshit, right? We don't have to get into whether God is real or any of that stuff, but there's a lot of stuff in religion that's really fucking bad for the people that are in the religion and everybody else, right? You cannot tell me that fundamentalist Islam is good for fucking anybody, in so much as that fundamentalist Christianity, in the same exact way, you know, like the First Crusade kind of Christianity, is good for anybody else, right? Except for Christians, which, is it really good for them? I wouldn't say so. I get 1,000 Sky Daddy. Yeah, exactly. Can I get 1,000 Sky Daddies in the chat? Yes. And it's like, it's one of those things that as I've grown up and matured, I still like making fun of religion. I do. I love all the jokes. Like dead baby jokes, dead baby Jesus jokes, you know, fucking cross jokes. These are fun. Like I still adore Monty Python. But there's two things. One, you don't have to be disrespectful to people who are not being disrespectful to you simply because they're religious. Right? And two, come up with some new fucking material. It's old. It's boring. It's stupid. Come on. And now you're getting fucking actual, like, Catholics, you know, Catholics clapping back at you and making lots of noise with it. And it's like, it's because you forgot what the actual arguments were and you've been memeing for 20 years and you don't know how to defend your arguments. And that's the thing. It's like, not that you need to make any. I just, like, if you're going to meme on them, Don't turn around and become a meme yourself in the same exact way. But yeah, it is one of those things. It's getting fucking tired. I'm tired of seeing it, man. Just like on Facebook, I follow all these things and I've been following them for years, and I'm seeing just recite, not that it's the same meme, but it's a new meme that says the same exact thing that it did fucking 20 years ago. In the same, like, you know, stuck up fucking looking down your nose at how pitiful and pathetic the religious are for believing all the stupid shit that they believe, right? It's so like elitist and stuff like that. It's like, okay, look, you BTFO them on the internet with all the debates and shit, all the crazy Christians who tried to prove that God is real through internet shit talking and got their asses handed to them. Great, you won. Congratulations. Now, could you please get back to the having fun part of being an atheist and not the fucking I'm a Karen / incel and I'm gonna make you suffer because you believe something that I don't? Can we stop that? Making fun of what I believe, but the difference is that they are actually funny. Exactly. If you can take a joke, then someone can make fun of your sacred cow, and it's not that big of a deal. My wife no longer gets mad at me when I accidentally refer to religion as stupid shit. And the reason is because I refer to everything as stupid shit. Because what I'm referring to is ancillary things that have to be done, but that are annoying to deal with when I'm trying to do something. So half the time I will call the things that I'm doing stupid shit. Everything, like the things that I believe, stupid shit. The things that I do are stupid shit. It's just my redneck ass way of just saying the things that just things. Because I can't help but be a meme my entire life. So, but yes, they're actually funny, and this is why I don't take umbrage when people make fun of the Navy and call every sailor, you know, gay and make gay jokes about it, because it's fucking funny. And if it's funny, I'm gonna laugh. I'm not gonna not laugh, right? It's the same way with Marines eating crayons. I've never seen a Marine eat fucking crayons that were not Crayola ever in my life. Okay? They're brand loyal. No, I'm just kidding. So the point is that it's funny. And that's why we embrace it. Right? The Army embraces the bullet sponge, the Air Force embraces the chair, the Marines embrace the fucking crayons, and the Navy embraces the gay. Why? Because it's fucking funny. Like, one of the funniest jokes on a submarine that ever came across in the Navy in general was gay chicken. That's right. Gay chicken. And so what is it? Well, if somebody this is when I saw gay chicken. Somebody standing in your way and they're being an asshole and they won't move, or they don't see you. What you do is you start feeling them up, or you go in for the kiss. Right? So it's gay chicken. Who blinks first? You're either gay or you're a chicken. Nobody wins at gay chicken. It led to some of the funniest moments I've ever fucking seen personally in my life. Just the hilarity, because almost nobody took offense, and I want to say this for the record, that the dudes who didn't like it, they said no, and nobody ever did it to them again. This is not about sexual harassment. This is about dudes being funny with one another. Because the vast majority of us were fucking more than comfortable enough to have our asses grabbed and felt up and stupid shit like that, because it was just a joke. It was funny. Anybody that took it too far, obviously, you know, we took care of that. But it's just one of these things that guys do. And I never understood it. Every friend group I've ever been in has done stupid shit like this. And it was just taken to like that nth level in the military. And so when people make fun of sailors for being gay, it doesn't bother me. Well, one, I'm a bisexual, so sure. But they also like make it like, you know, we're all fucking flamers and shit. And it's like, it's just all in good fun. It's like when surface dudes call me a freaking bubblehead, you know, because I was in a submarine. These are brotherly nicknames that we give one another and do to one another is a bonding experience. And if you can't take the joke, then you're never going to be a part of that group. I've known plenty of religious folk who also, you know, enjoy things like Monty Python, or who laugh when Trump fucking posts his picture as the Pope. Even though all these motherfuckers all over Twitter were posting shit from the Bible about how idolatry and this and fucking presenting religious as this. And it's just like, bro, it's a fucking joke, dude. Like, we live in a secular society. It's a fucking joke. Just like they literally posted a picture of Trump with holding a red lightsaber and a cape and was like, may the 4th be with you. It's like, yes, they're literally having fun. And then everybody's asking why the lightsaber's red, and it's like, bro. The No Fun Club. That's what we need to start calling these people. The No Fun Club. We just need to label them that. Because that's really what it boils down to, right? Is that a lot of the SJW shit, a lot of the fucking woke shit, it's all about just not being able to have fun. Because offensive things are fun. And they are funny. They are. I'm not going to lie about it. You can, but I'm not about that. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. I think my son may have had an accident. Anyway, so if you can't have your own sacred cows made fun of, then you are part of the No Fun Club. And you should be ashamed of it. I'm just saying. Anyway, so my wife is now up. I'm gonna go take a break, and I think we might be able to get into some gaming after this. So I just wanted to talk about this because it fucking bothers me to see so many atheists just be so malevolent and psychopathic toward people who have religious beliefs, especially those people who keep most of their religious shit to themselves and are not trying to hurt nobody. They're not trying to be the Westboro Baptist Church. They're not trying to do any of that bullshit. They're just trying to be who the fuck they want to be and, live their life. And that's it. They're not fucking oppressing their children or any of this other bullshit. And they can't have any grace for anybody that doesn't agree with them. And it really is starting to fucking bother me. And when you have me, an atheist, an avowed atheist who loves making fun of religion, siding with the religious people, you fucked up, son. You fucked up. It's the same with a lot of stuff. It's like, you fucked up when you've lost someone like me, because I try to be reasonable, and I'm not a fucking rightoid. I'm not fucking MAGA, but I can't help but wanting to fucking get rid of all the illegal immigrants, because it's been something I've been listening to for fucking 30 goddamn years. And I never understood why we have a problem with this. Why we just can't do it. Why we got to fight about it. So anyway, on that note, my friends, I'll be right back after these messages from our screen. Stay tuned right here for more at the Tango Hotel. Stand by. We'll be right back.
Raise our glass to those who dare enforce their own fate. To every soul who lifts a sword and never hesitates. Sing the song of wanderers, right with all their tales untold. Of victories and perils faced and treasures gleaming gold. We toast to every valley high with stories yet to weave. Come join the light, the endless night for legends we believe.
You can also build another thingamabob. Well, scrapper. What do I mean by thingamabob? What is a thingamabob? Well, you see, boys, when a man and a woman love one another very, very much, they do this thing called thingamabob.
Burn, bitches! Burn!
So here we go, boys. Here we go. Sparhawk. It's all you, baby. Boom. 10 damage. Well done, sir. And I might be able to kill the mech now. We got 1 insanity. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, go. Sparhawk. Did he just... No. No! He mind controlled him!
Variation of the...
No!
had been experimenting on.
No! God, no!
No wonder these things escape from the lab.
Oh my God, dude! Oh, this is so bad. This is so bad. Oh, he's got like 4 HP. This is so freaking bad. Oh my God, no. I mean, you know what?
I'll handle it. Just watch my back.
Die! No! No, Commander Emily! Why? Why would you do this? All right, I made Protocol and Tracon. I'm actually kind of scared. Because this is why I saved this. Like, this is a lot of dudes. This is a lot of dudes.
Is Ash Destroyer. Get your Ash Destroyers ready, boys. It's going to be a banger.
I'm totally going to clip that, by the way. Oh my God, dude.
The speaker.
Safe position taken.
Cold heart yet alone. Against the dark he fights. Charlie Roger overhead. Compass made of
Come on, Tango, you got this. Come on, all I got to do is get stunned. Oh, let's go, bitches. There it is, baby, yeah! Why you drop garbage, dude? Oh, look, another.
jewels and secrets hold. Knots drawn in celestial lane lead to worlds unknown and wide. In his chest a portal leads dreams and stars of a trial. Golden heart of fearless guide through the fog he cuts so bold. Sea and sky this pirate rides with a heart spun out of
On the key was on the other side of the which is ridiculous.
None can stand before the righteous.
Die, scum! Yeah.
Die, scum!
Wavelength, baby. We got that. Oh my God. He's like running away. Sid just takes the baseball bat sword he's got and just Whoosh. And look at that spatter, man. Look at that spatter. Stin, you monster! Look at. Okay then.
Whispers crawl in the blackened dome. Eyes like fire in the endless foam. Cold hands pull at the tethered cord. Demons screaming can't be ignored. Stars burn dim in the endless void. Every light flickers, gets destroyed. Gravity's grip, it starts to betray. All that's left is fight or decay. Demons in the void, they rise. Open your mind, don't deny. Only chances to unite. Together we hold back the night. Sharp teeth gnash in a shadowed grin. Feel the war rage beneath your skin. Voices clash in the cold steel hull. We can't win, torn hearts too dull. Hear them calling, tearing through. It's me, it's you, it's all we knew. Walls are breaking, borders fade. We unite or we're unmade. Lines blur, we merge, can't fight alone. Space is a tomb if we stand on our own. Let go of fear, pull them near, hear the tone. A collective roar shakes the unknown.
right.
You can't hide!
Whoa.
Judgment sniper!
What is he doing? Suppressed? Really? Please don't pull, please don't pull, please. I don't think it pulled. Gotta use wave. You know what? You know what, game? You know what? Screw you. Insufferable. I punch up. You should know. If that isn't a fucking Tumblr answer, I don't know what is.
I stopped you, didn't I?
You disrupted the ritual.
Yeah, I did. Even though I'm...
For a sec. For a second, it looked like we weren't going to be able to get it. It might whiff completely. This is going to be bad. Oh, we got... I think we get all of them. Booyah! Booyah! The magic pixel exists. And technical term for it. All right, yeah, these guys should be really good.
Destroy.
Oh, that's just too good, man. Oh, that's too good.
Begets brilliance. Immediate support.
Oh, what is he doing? What is he doing? Alrighty, boys, we have returned. That's right. That's right. We're back. Good to see you. Hope you're well. Oh, I love this music, dude. Flaming Cam, greetings and salutations. How are you, good sir? Good to see you. Good morning. All right, we're about to dive right in there. It's gonna blast us some fucking echoes, man. I'll tell you what, boys. Much better run of Japan and Hearts of Iron 4 today. Well, hell yeah, son. Dude, you know, it's funny. I've been thinking about Paradox
interactive, and I'm not even sure. Well, here's what I want to say. I think there is a...
I cannot do that.
There is a market for the things that Paradox makes. And I do believe that if a competitor were to step into the genre and actually make quality products, maybe not to the like size and scale that Paradox does, like with all over the world, they made a much more smaller box, but they made it, you know, as good or better than what Paradox can push out as far as their like game mechanics and shit. I think there'd probably be a big market for that, especially if they made one about space. That would be my market. I loved Stellaris. The entire reason I played Europa Universalis 4 was because of Stellaris. And, well, because I liked watching other people play it, because it was kind of fun how the narratives went in the game because of how the game systems work. But the reason I actually played it myself was because I bought Stellaris and played that. And I absolutely loved that fucking game. Even though it was really shitty as a game for a really long time. And it took a while for it to come into its own. And by the time it came into its own, I had played it so much that I kind of got burned out. And then Paradox did all the shit that Paradox did over the past few years, especially with like Imperator Rome. Falling Frontier. Isn't that the RTS that you were telling me about? No. No. Falling Frontier is a game I've been following for a really long time, I think. It's the real-time strategy with pause, right? It's on my wish list, I'm pretty sure. The space game. Yeah, Falling Frontier. Yeah, look. It was supposed to come out like 2 fucking years ago. This fucking game, dude. Like, I cannot tell you how much I am going to play the fuck out of this game, dude. It is not a grand strategy game, but... A fucking monitor, dude. Did it again! Do not understand what's going on. Don't know why it keeps doing that. Hang on a second. I think what I need to do is I need to swap them over permanently and see if it's the cord or see what the fuck is going on with that. Me if my computer can run it. Yeah, dude, this game looks absolutely insane. Not only can you like have different crew, there's different, I mean, it's just it's the scale of this game is something else. Like planets, colonies, there's an entire like strategic layer to the game outside of ship combat. But unlike in normal RTSs where you have like dozens upon dozens of vessels in fights, it's usually going to come down to like anywhere between 2 to 5 or 1 to 5, right? Because the ships are so expensive, they cost so much to run, and they're so, you know, it's just the way it is. And it's just going to be something else, because you have to be able to make sure that your supply lines are well taken care of. You can't just, you know, send your entire fleet out and leave your shit defenseless or just with like platforms, because like 2 or 3 ships coming from the side, coming from behind you could just completely decimate your entire base while your fleet is off doing something fucking else. At least that's the way it's supposed to be. And this is a lot more updated than the last time I looked at it. This looks great. Like this entire layer just zooms out completely. It's really freaking cool. I did an entire fucking video on it back in the day. I'm surprised there's not more pictures. You can pause at any time as well. God, that looks crazy, dude. Yeah, look at the scale of this. That's crazy, right? This is one planet, by the way, Saturn. Yeah, all the module options for every single ship. To me, it's gonna make it feel more like an actual, you're building a military craft. You know what I mean? It feels really, it looks really awesome. I just don't know if they're gonna be able to pull it off or not. I've been telling this dude to take my money for like years at this point. I really hope he comes out with it. I really hope he comes out with it. I really do. Apparently it's only one dude as well. And like I said, it looks like he's still developing it. A lot of this stuff looks like new screenshots where the UI is a lot more refined. Supply lines win wars. Yes, they do. Absolutely. And that's one of the interesting things that I saw about it is that it actually has those supply lines. It's not like in what was it? Terra Invicta, right? If you have a base on Venus, there is no supply line that can be disrupted. They just get all of their shit automatically based on like how much administration points your thing takes plus how many resource points they take, and they just kind of get there, right? So the aliens can't fucking like blockade it unless they physically go to the place and surround it. So they can't harass your shipping, right? There's no shipping in that game. I'm pretty sure there is going to be like, you're going to have like actual shipping lanes where you're moving your resources from where you mine them to where you get them instead of just going into the pool, and you can build them anywhere. So if your starship base has, you're making ships at it, it has to have all the resources inside that base. It doesn't just pull it out of the common pool, which I think is going to make a very interesting style game, because you can have bases off in the distance and you could just run long supply chains. As long as the enemy doesn't find out you're doing it, you'll be good, right? You'll just be dandy, boys. You'll be dandy.
You with open arms, traveler. How may I aid you?
I kind of want to try that one. Dual Empowered Champions. Free for all. Yeah, sure, that's what it was. What's this one? Already got the point for that one. Defend the turtle of enormous girth. That one was pretty easy. Reweave the fate of unique items and have legendary potential. How much does that cost? 2,500? Okay, I don't have enough for that. All right. One of the things I do want... Oh, you know what I need to do?
I cannot do that.
Is 66 fucking thousand, dude. Favor I got. Let's go, son. The supply lines on Hearts of Iron 4 that can get disrupted. Yeah, I mean, fair enough, but it's like a physical entity on the map. You have your base, like you have mining stuff that goes out and mines, and then it collects the stuff and then it brings it back to your base. Once it's back at your base has a physical storage capacity where it can hold all the materials, and then it can send those materials to, like, if you've got a small, what are they called, starport nearby that's building ships, it will literally send little craft to it. But if you want a really long supply line that's outside the like influence of your main base thing, you have to actually use like cargo ships and shit to move large amounts of materials from one place to another. Which means that as you mine out your local area, the supply lines that you're going to need to protect to your resources are going to become longer and longer. It's kind of like in StarCraft where your bases are further out. So you absolutely have to like mine them, but instead of that, you building a giant command center. But instead of you building a command center and then having all your workers mine them and it goes into a pool, you're gonna build like a mining depot, and it's gonna have ships that go out and mine, and then all of that stuff then has to be put on a ship and sent back to your base. So it's like everything is long distance mining in StarCraft, except you can have a unit that can literally move faster than those little ones. So that doesn't take forever. That has like the jump capacity shit where it can like zoom across the way. At least that's how it's been explained and how I understand all the information that I've gotten from it. I got a package from Hooded Horse Studios to they asked me to make a video about it if I wanted to, and I did.
You may ask them.
And it was pretty cool. I like a lot of the ideas that are behind it.
With Galila, if you wish to purchase lenses and other items that may.
Yeah, I need to kill more Ourobos, siege golems, diamond matrons, siege golems for helms, rings. Okay. Right, so we want. So I've got prophecies for events that are not in Monolith. Do I care about the corruption? As long as it's not like really high corruption, I don't guess it doesn't matter, does it? What's another thing I have that I can put in there? What's a greater lens? Salted items? That's probably the thing I want to do. Catalyst, I don't want that. It's another high corruption. Could do arena event. That out of there. I don't want unique items. Okay. Alright, I think we got this. Alright, which one was it? It was this one. Honestly, Dustfront RTS and Falling Frontier are like the only games I care about. Dude, I wish I could get my hands on some Falling Frontier. Dude, I would stream the ever-living shit out of it. I love the entire concept, everything about it. It feels like it's gonna be a really good game based on everything I've seen. I wonder if it was just too ambitious for him to do. I wonder if that's what the problem was. So I wanted helms. Exalted helms. Yes, I want more exalted helms. Yeah, I want more exalted. Fall of the Outcast timeline. Death of the Abomination. Okay, we'll grab that one. Death of a Boss. 2 exalted helms. That's pretty good. Death of a Champion. 12 exalted boots. 4,600 for. Wow. Yes, I want that. Death of a Champion. 4 exalted helms. Death of a Boss. Dude, I'm gonna kill a champion and he's gonna drop like 50 items. This is gonna be hilarious. Death of Herat. I have to go do that timeline anyway. So I'm probably gonna grab that. Death of Immortal Eye needs 6 for 1. 250 corruption. 100 corruption, that's fine. At least 12 corruption. I think we're gonna go for the helms, dude. Yeah. Maybe Endless Legend 2 would be okay. If I recall, it's community forum. It's pretty woke. Look, I don't give a fuck about woke shit in video games as long as it's good. If your gameplay's tight and it feels fun to play, I don't give a fuck. I need that shit. Like, I wouldn't call Baldur's Gate 3 woke, but a lot of people would. So a lot of people would call that game woke. That game was amazing and awesome. I had a lot of fun playing it. Because it really does boil down to that. Like, I don't give a fuck about any of your politics, any of that shit. If you make a good game that has a good story, I don't give a single fuck about any of it. Like I proved that with Star Trek Resurgence. Did I not? Like, how much have I bitched about Star Trek and all the stupid woke shit that they're doing and political nonsense? And as soon as you put in front of me something that feels like Star Trek, it tastes like Star Trek, it fucking walks and talks like Star Trek, I fall in love with it. Even though it pushes that diversity, unity shit in it several times. Because I don't give a fuck. It doesn't bother me. As long as it doesn't affect the quality of the product, it doesn't matter. But if it affects the quality of the product, then it matters. And the reason it matters more now is because I know why you're doing it. And that probably will affect the quality of the product, right? But look at like something like Expedition 33. It has like black people in like France in like 1600 or some dumb shit like that. It's ahistorical as fuck. The entire game is ahistorical, but it's one of those things. It's like somebody pointed it out and I was like, okay, but is the game good? Oh, the game's good? And I don't give a fuck. Fuck it. Who cares? They changed it. Whoop-de-doo. Ooh, 2 boots or 2 gloves. I think I'm gonna go for the gloves. That's really what it boils down for me. I want good games. I don't care what the fucking politics are in the game. I played games that I know were made by fucking communists, okay? But they made a good game. I don't give a fuck. As long as they're not like actually using that money to fund like communist revolution in the United States and they just have stupid political opinions, then I don't care. Ooh, 5 exalted helms, the death of Herat. I'll take that. Siege Golem, 4 helms. 2 exalted. Yeah, we'll do the Siege Golems. All right. We're gonna move to something else. I don't think you can have exalted ones of these, but grand idols, and do I want to do ornate as well? I probably don't want to have this. I've only seen 1 legendary idol, and it's always the same, or 2. It's this one, and the other one is for runes as well. I deleted them because I got mad at it. So, reduced, but they have arena events. Don't care about that specifically. Unique. Huh. I mean, I might as well use the high corruption one here, right? That's the best one to use. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. They're not like funding terrorists that are, firebombing fucking courthouses in the United States. That's kind of what I'm getting at. They have their fucking political opinions just like I do, and they go about their fucking lives doing what they do. They make good art. I'll pay them for it if they make it. If they're too ideologically subverted, then maybe I'll take that into consideration. But the vast majority of the time, I don't, because it's irrelevant. Okay, so these are all regional lenses. Let me look at one for small idols. No. Find adorned. That's these. Yeah, I want to find more adorned idols. Because I want another one that has lightning damage while you have lightning aegis on. As well as lightning damage. Let me also grab ornate. Was that one ornate?
I cannot do that.
I hate the fact that I can't use fucking teleport. Well, you give me magical wizard teleportation, and then you just don't let me fucking use it. Grand idols. Let's throw ornate in there first. Ornate idols times 5. All right, we'll grab that one. Death of a boss. 7 idols. I don't want just idols. Unique idols. Stolen Lance timeline. Death of a nemesis. Idol. I'll take this one. It'll probably be the same dumbass one, but I'll take it. Frost Lich Pharamos. Will I do the unique idol? Fuck it, for 290, why not? Death of a champion. Like I said, I'm going to kill a champion, dude, and he's just going to rain shit on the ground. Could you be Endless Legend 2 was forced to have some obnoxious HR team? Force a certain language to make the company not... Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. And see, that's the point. If it's forced, then you can usually always tell when they do shit like that. 5 grand idols you can fill twice. Jesus. Stout Weaver idol. Okay, I don't want... What the fuck? I don't know what a Stout Weaver idol is. Probably don't want it. Grand idol. We're gonna re-roll that. Huge idol. 160, Age of Winter. Regular idols, Stout Ligonian idols. Like, I love how I put this in here, and it's just like, nope, you didn't roll good today, boy. No rolls for you, baby. Glyph of Chaos. Oh, it's those. Okay. So I need Envy and Despair. I wonder if I could make those pull up. That could be interesting. I should probably grab some of those, too. Grand Idol, 140 Corruption, 12 Idols, Death of Shade Orbos. Glyph of Hope. Let me see if I can... Is there a thing for that?
I knew you had something to ask. It would be my pleasure to satisfy your curiosity.
That's not gonna cut it, no. Here, right? Small idols, runes, affix shards. Stout, humble, small, keys, huge. Glyph. I'm worried about so much games like Tempest Rising and Endless Legend 2 want to police my speech online. Yeah, I despise all that shit. Alright, let's re-roll it. And then we'll put this bad boy in here instead of the Grand Idols. Glyph of Order. Which one is it? That's Order. Prevents a roll of an affix. I should really use those more. But yeah, I like using the Glyph of Hope, though. Envy and Despair. That's what I'm looking for. 12 glyphs. Ornate Idol, 110 Corruption, so I can't just do it baseline. Okay, we'll grab that one. Glyph of Order. Grand Idol times 5. Death of God Hunter Argenius. I don't know who any of these fuckers are, dude. I'm assuming they're bosses that I have to kill. Ornate Idols times 5. Alright. Okay. So let's snatch that bad boy. Take it down here. I should have just rotated it, but I'm done. Is there something else I wanted to do? That's weapons. I definitely want to get a few staff rolls. Now we're going to find exalted items with reduced chance for high corruption, reduced chance for prophecies that have events that are not monolith. And now we... 12, Death of him, 3, so you only get 3 of those. Death of a boss, exalted jewelry. I'll take it. So we're really pulling for jewelry here, right? I could do exalted. Could actually do that, where we just do make sure it's low corruption events, and then we'll get not just amulets but other things like These. Because I definitely want another one of these. I'd love another one of those. Yep. 3 exalted amulets for that one. That relic. And rare bone amulet. Ooh. So 3 unique relics. Ooh, death of a champion. Nice. Exalted ring. Was just death of a champion. Exalted ring times 7. Death of 6. So I kill 6 void horrors and they drop 7 rings. One nemesis, 3 rings. Go with that one. Death of 5 bosses, 3 relics. Death of Immortal Eye, 3 relics. Exiled Mage, 5 relics. I don't know what a exiled mage is exactly. I don't know which mob that is. 5 relics though for 3 of them. Or exalted jewelry. 5 bosses equals 5 relics. I'll grab that one. Death of Abomination gives me 4 rings. Seven rare enemies. Alright, let's swap it over. So we're just gonna take all of those. Pop that bad boy right in there. And we are going to I do just want exalted staves, right? Yes. Monolith events, okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I got 5 left. $240. Okay, reroll. 8,100. Unique caster weapon. 1 legendary potential. Sure, I'll give it a go. Death of boss, 2 unique staves. Sure. That's 3. I want some exalted ones, damn it. Death of rare enemy, 4 caster. Okay. 4. And 300 corruption. How about no? Four unique caster weapons. Am I full? I got 1 more. $150 corruption. God dang it. Cut me some slack. Sure, let's do that. Alright, now what I need to do is I need to look at these. Lightless Arbor. Let's get rid of that one. Sanctum of the Architect. I don't know where the fuck that is. I'm just going to get rid of that. Is that in the campaign? Do I have to go back to the campaign and kill them? Fall of Empire Timeline. Artan's Husk. Okay. Rare jewelry. Get the fuck out of here. 110 corruption. Get the fuck out of here. Okay. 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 Alright. I think we have... Does it have to be exactly on 12 corruption? would assume not, right? But it has to be at least that bit. That would be kind of weird. I have to hit that specific number, wouldn't it? So many boots. All right, so where's the ones I actually want to transpose? We got 13 intelligence, movement speed, intelligence. I think those are it. Yeah, that one's got 13 intelligence as well. That one's got movement speed. So I got a lot of boots. Lots of boots. We got 20% cast speed. I could give up a little bit of intelligence for cast speed. It would be insanely good for lightning blast. Have more, get my cast speed back essentially. So if I can find some unique gloves, I can put mana and cast speed on them. But I mean, these gloves give me over 100, so it's gonna have to be pretty good, right? I got 2 legendary potential on this. So I could potentially make it better than that. Because I can put lightning damage on it. I don't have a lightning damage. Got elemental. There's 46 right there, lightning damage. Yeah, so I don't have the rings to do this one. But even if I did, I'm not sure I really want to. Look at that. Negative 31% multiplier. 16 ward on hit. It's level 14. It's like, it's probably not the best thing to be looking forward to, huh? Yeah, probably not. So we'll just have to figure that out. We'll get there. We'll get there. Okay, we'll throw those bad boys in there. And now let's get the fuck out of here. Let's go kill some shit. Yeah, Falling Frontier, man, I've been drooling over that game for a while. And I really hope that the dev, you know, finishes at some point. I want to say gets his shit together, but I mean, he's doing the best he can, I'm sure. So it's one of those things where it's like, I hope he's doing well. I want him to continue to do well, and I want him to be done soon. God, give me more. Give me more. Yeah, for real, dude. Having faster cast speed would be phenomenal. Boom. It does feel a lot more fun. Really? You couldn't just continue to give me the haste buff? You suck. I love how you just can't go back there. But there's an open door. That's hilarious. Come on, boys. Where are you at? Let's see what you got, Sonny. Excuse me. Excuse me. I do love doing that. Stunning them with the orb and then dropping a meteor on their head is very funny. It's super duper funny, yes. Get Rick. Slay enemies to locate the betrayer. Let's do it. I love how I start the mission, don't even care what the objective is, just start killing shit. We learned a valuable lesson today, didn't we? Didn't we? It's the same fucking one, dude. Cannot deal critical strikes, man. I don't know whose idea it was to have that. Increased mana. Man, I'm so jealous. So jealous. Look at all those. Prophecy fulfilled, look. Boom. Vitality. Minion dodge rating. Increased mana. Minion damage. Look at this. Product resistance. Fucking attunement. 50% increased armor. Wow. That's a lot of armor. Melee elemental damage and ward per second. Look at that. 50% increased critical strike chance on that fucking helmet. That's crazy. More of these motherfuckers over here. Ward decay threshold plus 185. Like sometimes it's amazing now that I've got the loot filter just how much loot I don't see. I'm really glad it exists, don't get me wrong. But it is just one of those things, it's like how much loot actually drops that I don't need. I don't even need to look at them. They're so not worth my time. About that, you son of a bitch. Ow. Why you do that? I'm just shooting you with lightning. I didn't never do nothing to you. I didn't do nothing. Fuck it, let's go drop a meteor on here. Takes too long to kill with lightning bolt. Not like that guy. Yep, that guy. There, have a meteor. Eat it. And skidoo. Whoa, whoa, okay. Oh, it's two of them.
I cannot do that.
Oh, he flew into it. Oh, you saw it. You saw it. He charged me. What a bitch. Okay. Same two fucking staffs to keep dropping. Gotta love it, man. Gotta love it. Those are idols, by the way. Ooh, what do we got here? Void Cleave, lovely. All right, let's sell that. Fuck that thing. Fuck you, game. What in the butt?
Take care.
So what's the point of having the singularity thing where you can't crit? I guess if you don't build a crit thing, but if you can only have one of them and that's the only buff it gives you, I'm not sure I understand those items at all. You know what I'm saying? Here's an interesting question. Do I have any legendary helmets that would possibly be good? Okay, this one's got 8 intelligence, 1 legendary. 8 intelligence, 1 legendary. I have 13% mana with this helmet on, so we got to remember that. One legendary, 8 intelligence. What's the max intelligence? I can have 12. Okay. Don't want either one of those. Ten intelligence on that bed. 12 on those. What's the one on this? It's a 12, 13. Okay. But I really haven't seen any other than like this one that feels like it would be great for my class. Because I mean, the stats, 39% of mana gained is ward, 27% increased mana regen. That sounds great. But all of this other bullshit is almost all Not for me. +1 to buff skills. 11 intelligence, that's the best one I've seen. This thing is pretty cool. I really like this one. So whenever you cast a spell, you build up a Prism Shard. Prism Shard orbits you for up to 10 seconds and then they expire. If released, they target the nearest enemy and explode, dealing elemental damage and shredding elemental resistances. And it releases all Prism Shards when you directly cast a spell that costs more than 40 mana, which is my Meteor. 4% base crit chance, 40% increased critical chance, and 10% less elemental damage taken. 45 armor. 75 armor. That's a pretty awesome thing. But I don't know how good it's going to be. It'll make my crit strike go up a lot, but my Meteor auto crits, essentially. Right? So it's not giving me much there. It's giving me more crit for everything else that I have. My Meteor auto crits when I'm above 400 mana, I mean. And so it doesn't give any critical strike damage, just chance. So the only thing it's going to help me with is Static Orb and Lightning Blast. Not necessarily the best. The Prism Shards, like, how much damage are we talking? How good is it? Does it do damage based on my elemental damage? But I'm a lightning damage, not elemental damage wizard, right? So it's like all of this stuff, it sounds cool, but now that I have a build and I'm stacked with stats, losing all of these stats just to gain this, and I'm going to lose, funnily enough, I'm actually going to lose this too. So I have affixes that make it give me the set bonus. So I couldn't even use this anyway, so I don't even know what I'm doing.
Yes?
What's up, girl? How you doing? Yeah, I need
Take
to go
care.
kill shit. That's what okay. All right, let's do... I guess we'll just do this one. And then because I want to do them. I don't think you have to. But I think I need to for my... what's it called? A prophecy. Got more big boy stuff.
What brings you here?
Cards. Okay, we got a scepter, wand. Nice. Staff, scepter, staff. You suck. How's it feel, asshole? Oh, you want some more? Alright, we do more. So you thought you could ambush me from behind? You out your damn mind.
Safe travels.
Out your damn mind. Oh, is that how it's gonna be? Is that how it's gonna be? You gonna run like a bitch? Then a bitch you be, son. A bitch you be. Alright, where are we going?
I cannot do that.
Greetings. Farewell.
Another one. Nope. Dodged it. Oh, he rezzed. What a little bastard. How's it feel now, son? How's it feel? How's it feel? Yep. Is there a big boy up there? Yep, there is. He dead? I think he's dead. This guy's almost dead. Still running into the fight. I can only keep you alive for so long, mate. Go home. Heal. Don't sacrifice yourself here. Good. Good. Stop.
Yes?
Wait, did he continue to move forward? Shit. Shit, he's gonna die. Wow, yeah, he did. Ran in and got his ass. Oh, here we go. We done yet? Look at them both, dude. They are so fucked up. Well, that sucks. Whoa, what was that? Okay.
Yes.
There, you're done.
I cannot do that.
I'm sorry, is there another one? Excuse me. Sit down, please. Oh, another big ass boss. Wham! Wow, he actually survived that. And there you have it. Okay. I want to do these, but I don't really care, to be quite honest. Let's just go. Did it just split into like a million of them things? I remember having an item that I wanted to do this to. I don't remember which one it was. I'm probably never going to use these again. Not with the staff thing that I got going on. Which item was it? Yeah, I don't remember. Like, they can't have legendary potential, which I throw away most of those that don't. Especially if I don't like the item. Right? All these have legendary potential, so. Specifically that bad boy. I don't know. I keep remembering every time I'd come to this, be like, oh, that thing, you know, I remember eventually. And it never manifests. Because it only has 5% increased mana and health. Critical strike chance. Yeah, that's just okay. Like I said, I keep remembering that I want to put one of these in here, and I can never fucking remember where it is or what it is. Could do another one of these. Read a lightning spells. 52 spell damage, 56 spell damage. Only 3 tendrils. That's 5 tendrils. Oh, it's got legendary potential on it, so I guess we'll just do this one. Could always do that. Right? I think that's the one. I actually think that's the one. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty sure. Alright. Well. What'll it do? Same one, dude. Ugh. Like they only have one variety of it. I was hoping being on a higher level would give me a little bit more of that. But ew. Come on, bitches, let's go. Bitches get stitches. Way it's gotta be. That's just the way it's gotta be. We got over here. More boxes. Oh God. Dude, I've gotten that boost to give loot lizard shrines, and I still have yet to see a fucking loot.
I cannot do that.
And it's supposed to be like 20%. Or 20% increased chance or something like that. I'm assuming that it's not actually 20%. It's literally 20% increase to like 0.01% or something like that. Oh, fuck. The last meteor I got in his face, and then all of his damage reduction just melted. Damn, another one. Is it because corruption is so high? Is that why I get so many of these? One would imagine, right? Jesus. That just looks bad. I mean, it just look. I mean, is it me or did that look like it hurt? That really looks like it hurt. You know what I mean? At that fucking relic. Probably. That's what I was afraid of when it said it's going to drop a unique relic, is that I'm just going to get a shit ton of weavers and non-caster. But that's just the way it rolls. I want that chest. Damn, son, get out of my face. Actually stunning. There it is. I guess that's fine. On the hunt for gear, baby. Here we go. Funny thing, ain't it? Nice. Another one of those. Another stupid ass two-handed staff. Lovely. Hey, I mean, we're getting all them loot lizards. That's what I wanted. Yep. I got what I asked for, so I can't be too mad. Oh shit. That looked like that hurt. Nope. 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 Back. Back. Oh, you're gonna stand there and cast for like 10 seconds? Here, take my meteors, please. Interesting. All right, let's see what we got. Okay, guess we're gonna sell that. All right, as much as I love the haste thing, we're gonna frostbite. Lovely. Try that again. Oh, I only get one use, duh. I keep forgetting that. I do. I do indeed. I know. Bitches. Ah, now he's possessed. Lovely. Fools! You cannot know my true power! Fools. Fools. You gotta be up close and personal with that bad boy. There you have it, son. Done and done. All right, let's sell all this bullshit. All right, let's get rid of you, get rid of you, you. Yeah. I don't care about any of that shit. These, we'll just plop these bad boys over here. +2 to fireball, dude. It gives 50% lightning damage on it, too. Mana regen, armor, spark charge with hit on fireball. Can't you make... So if you get this, right? Plasma ball, where it turns half of fireball's base damage. Chance to apply fireball base damage converted to lightning. Would that mean 100% of it now is converted, or is it just would it be a useless talent? What did I take off? Fuck. What did I take off that gave me 1 to everything? Don't remember. Guess it doesn't matter. All right, where does this go? Do we go to crits? Cast speed. I'm pretty sure we go to cast speed. You know what I just realized? I don't need this. So that's all maxed. Ball speed. Ball speed. Static orb. Could give it more shock chance. That would be pretty good. But it goes from 120 to what? 150? Yeah, let's do that. It'll do less lightning blasts, but more shock chance. I can respect that. Put that on there, and we're good. Oh, was it because I accidentally put on another thing? That, okay, something definitely went wicked wacky there. Yeah, I don't know. I do gotta pee though, so I'll be right back. Come on. All right. Rock and roll. Get it done. All right, now we have an actual cemetery. Lovely. So we generated so because I went this way to get to it, it generated more of this, so I'm going to have less of my So if I want to keep going this direction, I'm going to have less of my stuff up here. I guess it's not that big of a deal. Okay, don't get hit by that. That works. Yeah, I cast the lightning ball and it basically immediately stacks at least 1 or 2 stacks of Nope. I want to loot you. Damn it. I want me a loot lizard. Crit. Oh, those were gloves that I was looking at, right? But I would have to use like fireball instead of like static orb.
My brilliance is unequaled.
But I'm assuming I can't get lightning aegis. Static orb, you know?
My research wasted.
There you go. Damn. Yeah, experimental armor and shit, that feels like such a flop. Not gonna lie. Like, almost every single piece of it. Even the experimental affixes themselves feel like so lackluster, it's not even fun. I don't understand why they haven't like done anything to it. Doesn't seem like it'd be that hard to fix. You just tweak the experimental things to be actually good. Especially now that you can make your own. But the really shitty thing is you can only do it to items that aren't like they have to have forging potential and they can't already have a locked-in thing, a locked-in affix. So you basically need to find an item with a decent stat on it. then you need to take that item and go do the experimental thing with it, which gives you an interesting little thing, which is fine. But then if you want to have another, so basically I need to find a belt that has, I can't have that bottom thing on there. But I would need to find lightning damage and crit strike chance. Or I would need to find lightning damage and or crit strike chance. Then craft the experimental weapon, or the experimental armor. And then I might be able to level it up in such a way. He came out of the elite. When I killed him, he popped out. It's cool. Level 14 ring. Super.
Mana courses through me. I must break free.
So yeah, if I want to be able to craft one of those things, I need to already have like a really good glove set up, and it can't be legendary or any of that other shit. Same with the belt. And even then, the reward you get for it doesn't really feel like it's worth it. The experimental affixes just, they all kind of suck, especially for casters, because it's basically just like board on potion use and stuff, dumb shit like that. Do I do lightning spark again? Hell, I could max lightning spark. Could do crit chance and damage. Could get more cast speed. Cast speed. Look at that. Pretty fast, man. We're good. Come on, it gave it one legendary potential. Let's go, baby. Give me two. Get out of here. Mother fluffer. Shoot. Like, did you forget, son, that I can drop meteors on my head and I don't care? A lot of crit chance. Wow. 238 spell crit chance. What a wand. Kind of insane. How do you know a lizard's tail drops? Because it says, that's right here. Where is it? When the fuck did they do this? Oh. Oh, that's crazy. Okay. That's cool. I did not know this was a thing. That's awesome. Cool. The woven. Weaver tree. Double lizard tail. Always drops a unique item and they have double the chance to drop their tail. Okay. Apparently that's a special thing, I guess, because I don't see like an item that says that. Like, oh, this is a lizard's tail. I would assume that'd be Or is it like a different lizard? Does it like grow into another dude or something? I don't know. Fuck what I know.
Fools.
Just in case they're not dead. I want to make sure I get them all. Ooh, boss. Come on, boys. Ran like little bitches. Boys got some HP though. I love doing that. It's so funny. Just have them chase me around and just avoid them completely. Quite the hilarity. Quite the hilarity. I'm gonna try something. See if it works better for me. It'll be slower, but it might help me clear trash a little bit better if the first strike on lightning blast did a lot more. We'll see. Whoa! Big boy over there. Basically what I'm looking forward to do is I lowered the cast speed so that I can respec into doing more damage on the first shot. Significantly more damage. Fucking waiting for that lizard to pop out. Ugh, that fucking ring, dude. I found it like 4 or 5 times already.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
You still died like a bitch. Dodge me all you want, man. That fucking one. Bountiful Wild. Let's look at that in a second. Let's do... Oh, I got the haste effect. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Oh, with 5 Weaver's Touch, it's got crit multiplier on it. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah! Defeat the Ascendant Firstborn to weave new tombs of erased into all surrounding echoes. That's kind of crazy. I want to do this one again. And then let's put a bunch of these mage ones. Like we'll go this direction. I also need to do this one. Where's the one that allows you to... You can exchange... Woven Echoes can be exchanged for others. Yeah, let's put that one there. Fuck, really? I have to go to that one? Oh, come on, game. That's such bullshit. Wait, that's not a Woven Echo, is it? No, that's the one I made it to. Okay, never mind. My bad. That's me being stupid. Excuse me. Okay, we don't have that one yet. Woven Vessel of Chaos. Reroll the rewards of nearby echo. Don't care about that. Want the Weaver Tree Point. Restore nearby echoes to their original states, allowing you to complete them and claim their rewards for a second time. That sounds pretty good. Yeah, that does sound pretty good. Pretty sure I can buy another one of these. Not that I really care. The like re-rolling Woven Echo shit, I don't. But I mean, if I'm gonna do a bunch of these, I might as well just do shit like that, right? So that I can get all the stuff I need. All right. We're gonna wait on that one because it erases all the echoes. I don't know what that's exactly getting about. Not really sure on that.
Yes.
Okay, we got the spell damage. Legendary. I'm just gonna get rid of that. Break that. That. And oh, who am I kidding? I can't help it, dude.
Take care.
Like I think about it, it's like, what if I want to make a necro soon? I get bored of. All right, we're putting that in the future loot. I got mana, and now I have 116 spell damage. Which isn't bad. I could go up to 140, so it's not the greatest, but still something, right? Yeah. So if I actually find me a ring that's worthy, I can actually get some shit done. Go! I would like to give the fireball thing a chance. I think that would be interesting. Because that glove gives me lightning damage. I'd lose mana and stuff. I could compensate with that though. What I'd really like is if it gave me lightning aegis. That would be pretty cool. So we're gonna put it in damage. Bam. Yeah, dude, I'm seeing a lot bigger numbers with just a little bit more. That's so crazy. Play all champions. Stopped him dead in his fucking tracks, didn't it? That one didn't. Come on, boys. Let's go. They just can't help but be stupid. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I do wish you had the ability to use more stuff on your bar. Because if I had the ability to have more stuff up, I would absolutely have black hole in my bar. And I would use it too. Because black hole is fucking cool. I wouldn't have it up here, but I would still use it. Because it is really fucking cool. And I'd really love to be able to use it as a spell. But realistically, you have to go cold. Cold wizard. Yeah. Because black hole is cold damage. And I couldn't find a way to turn it into lightning. So, and it's an awesome ability. And I wish I could do it. But I'd really like to give Fireball a chance. But I don't think you can get a lightning aegis on Fireball, right? Base crit. Has additional fire and lightning pin. Mana cost. Nodes on this tree that add stun chance increase chance to stun by 20 times the stated value. Wow. Cast speed, channeled, comes flamethrower. Mana cost lowered, fire resistance. Yeah, I don't see anything like homing. Triggers flame burst around them, burning wounds, spreading inferno. And okay, so it's just not in the cards, boys. It sounded cool there for a second, but not so much. That was crit multiplier on it, by the way. Oh my god, it dropped again. That's weird. Yeah, I probably need to change those, don't I? On the Weaver tree. Oh, I don't actually have it up. Okay, so.
Nope. I cannot do that.
doing here, boys? What are we doing? Did you really think it would work? I mean, did you really? And you are doing it. That's saying something, son. That's saying something. Son of a biscuit. Did you really have to give me another stat? Did you not just give me crit multiplier and be done with it? Blue lizard! Ooh, nasty. Nasty. That's a cool looking mace, dude. It's a freaking some dude's spine and his skull. That's hilarious. Okay. This is the last one. Last one. Maximum damage. 100% damage on that bad boy. Traveling onwards. All right, are we ready for this? Ready for this? I think we're gonna have to call it there, boys. I'm gonna have to go. The waifu calls. I got stuff to do today. So until next time, my dudes, it's been a pleasure. It's been an honor. Really has been good to be here with you today. So I will see you tomorrow, bright and early. Hopefully again at 2 a.m. where we will continue this journey. So until then, my dudes.